unmute so we can hopefully hear ourselves. Test, test, test. Test.
All right, everyone, we'll get started. Welcome to the April 24th, 2025 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. I'll be your chairwoman. Fellow board members present this evening are Daryl Cobb, Becky Finno, and Thelma Wilson. City staff present this evening are Travis Golly, I'm reading the wrong thing. Travis Golly, Frankie Pinto, and Rachel Ford. And the order of tonight's meeting will be as follows. For each application, we'll hear an introduction overview of the project from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation, and the applicant will have 10 minutes to present the project. Please approach the podium and state your name first and last for the record. And anyone speaking on behalf of the project, so this would be owners, designers, consultants, developers, should speak during the applicant presentation period versus during public comment. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time, but by custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by public comment. Any written public comment has been provided to the board in advance of the meeting for review. If you are speaking as a member of the public, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Please approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record and your address. After we've heard from the public, we'll hear from city staff. We'll hear their comments and recommendations. And then once we've heard from public comment and city staff, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised in the public comment or during the city staff comments. And then once we've heard from the applicant, we will move into board discussion and a vote. The results will be posted online at the city's website. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Item B9, 440 Sumter Street, and B10, 97 Gordon Street. Please turn off your cell phones and remember the purview of this board is architecture only. So any comments related to zoning, livability, stormwater are not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. Okay, agenda item A1 is review of the minutes from the April 10th, 2025 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the edits I circulated to the board this afternoon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1 is 190 Nassau Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
190 Nassau Street is requesting after the fact approval for partial demolition, including of exterior walls. It is, excuse me. It is in East Side Council District 4, unrated circa 1910 in the historic materials demolition purview. You're gonna have to click for me, sorry. All right, this is the property's location on Nassau. Sandboard map showing the history of the structure. And we've got some images we pulled from Google from November of 2024 and March of this year. These are from November and March, and then we pulled a little bit of a timeline together from Google from 2021, 2023. We only have the 2021 because the one had a glare on it. And then one more, and then November 2024. And then we did have a couple of plats showing the different lengths of the building. I realized these weren't in the ones I had previously, so I've got those for y'all today. As we discussed this morning.
What year?
Ma'am?
What year is that?
This one is 2024, and I think the first one is 2019.
Okay.
Those are just the plats recorded with the county. That's the last thing we had. So I will turn it over to the applicant.
This clicker works, right?
Yes.
Point
Yeah,
it
you'll
here.
put it at his.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody, members of the board and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Anthony Disu. I'm the owner and the general contractor working on 190 Nassau Street. That's actually a personal project of mine and plan to live here. A little bit on my background. I've lived in Charleston now for around 12 years. I attended the College of Charleston, which was both an undergrad and graduate school programs. And during that time, I was introduced to historic preservation, report study. And during my professional career here over the last few years, I've had the privilege to work on multiple historic renovation projects around the peninsula. The history, the architecture, and the efforts to preserve both, much of it led by the organizations that are here tonight, and all of you are what made me fall in love with this city as a teenager, and I want to begin by thanking all of you for your role in preserving what makes Charleston so special. And I also want to thank you guys for the time that we had this morning to try to clarify essentially what the issue was here, because we still weren't 100% sure of it. There's ideas about the back of this building, and then there's also brought to my attention of the side of the building, which goes to the rear of it. And in that side, I didn't have any photos on that because again, I wasn't really essentially too sure about what we needed to do there or if that was what the issue was, but I would like to address that first, which comes to the side. And when that 2024 photo, which we were talking about this morning, was there, I just kind of wanted to bring you through the thought process and decisions that we made that day in the field to remove that. And I guess I can go back to the here, this photo here, and in regards to the section with the white, that is removed there. You know, this is a significant improvement from FEMA. We need to raise this for base flood around 2 feet. And as we got to that section of the building and started, you know, supporting these here, and we got to this section, I looked at this building and I actually documented this very well because of a situation that arose. Then I kind of come through here. This is on the inside of it looking out, and that's a section of the building that was added. And this is the header looking into the bathroom there. You can see the termite damage. This is just a step back. You know, again, extensive termite damage, but you see the porch here, and this is this exterior brick things that we don't really know essentially what that is. And then, you know, here's a little bit closer. You see the tub here. This is what the base looked like, extreme rot. This is the other side of the tub. So essentially, you know, we needed to support this part of the building. Here's the siding. And then any kind of siding or anything that we needed to save, we did save. It's still on site and was there this morning. Again, this is this corner piece right here. I saved it from the inside. I don't know, this 2x4 looks like it's still early 2000s. It's still there. That's the other side, and we have it still saved. This is just some more photos of exactly why. So I'm an unlimited, you know, general contractor. I'm just not a homeowner on this, and it was a field decision when we were there to remove this in order to support the rest of the building. As you can see here, there's still historic window openings on this side that were actually concealed by this. And in order to support that and get those there, here is the, you know, the foundation plan that was here. We had to dig a continuous footer under that building. In order to support this building and do what we did for the rest of the side, we would have been connecting 2x12s to pretty much nothing. And as you can see from these photos, there really was nothing that we were going to save structurally on there. So I made the decision there to remove that part of the structure. And then there's talks about the rear of the building. That survey is from 2019. I did see that survey. It doesn't match the Sanborn maps. And I'll go into it a little bit, but you know, I know for a fact the previous owner of this building really was absentee. And when I took it, the neighborhood had already known a lot about this. There had been multiple complaints. We had approval for demolition on another building. We own both of them. I was on the corner there. That was pending. And I was actually escorted back there by, you know, police officers, a homeless task force, livability, and everyone. And I have some photos on there of the overgrowth and everything, but I had never gone back there within the first, you know, year or couple months that I owned this, because quite frankly, it wasn't even safe. I was asked to provide photos of what was back there, but the only time I was back there, as I mentioned, was with them, and we were telling people to vacate their house, and it didn't seem like it was the right time for a photo op. And literally that next morning, we cleared up what was there, took that down, and that was it. Everything that was back there there wasn't enough debris to match what's there, but it was gone and down, and we cleaned it up. You know, I purchased 190 Nassau Street in August of 2023, a property that had been abandoned since well before the turn of the millennium. In fact, an MLS listing from the year 2000 actually shows the house with boarded up windows, siding removed, exposed structural framing, and a description that read simply a brick house in need of repair. That listing expired, and for 25 years, the property continued to rot. So tonight, we're talking about a structure that for over 2.5 decades had been neglected, crumbling, and was frankly forgotten about. In that time, it became a magnet for crime, homelessness, and tragedy. No one really wanted to touch this thing, and no one wanted to save it until August of 2023, when I took on this project. And when I did take on this project, I knew it wouldn't be easy or inexpensive. During the permitting process is when I was then informed that we needed to raise it 3 feet to meet the flood requirements. But as many of you guys know, and I know, historic restoration is a science. And through both study and experience, I saw a path to breathe life back into a corner of our city that had been written off. And I was excited to do the work. My goal has always been to preserve what's possible, rebuild what's needed, and restore dignity to both this property and the East Side neighborhood. I know there's a real concern in Charleston right now about the loss of Freedman's cottages, and I share that concern with all of you. But let me be clear, I did not demolish a standing, structurally sound historic element. As you saw from these photos, I'm simply trying to save a Freedman's cottage. And, you know, I can go ahead here and just kind of run through a couple of the photos to give you an idea of the overgrowth and what we were dealing with at that point. These are pretty much just photos of that, how we're supporting it. And you can see here, we supported it straight up and then had the outsides because that footer needs to come inside and in between all of those. This is the end part of that building where you can see the clear deterioration of where this has been out and exposed for many years. I can stick, you know, that's what was left there. This is what we were dealing with on the flooring, which kind of pretty much shows how this is coming down. These are structural joists. This is some of the extent of the termite damage. These are actual piers. This is a rock, you know, so again, I don't know what happened. Here we go again. This was the condition of the inside of the house. And as you can see there, the front door of this thing was boarded up. Both sides of this was boarded up. The back of this house was wide open. There was clearly a way that people were getting in here, and it wasn't through both of those. And this is what the whole entire property looked like. This was mingled and timed around the whole property. And this is what that overgrowth looked like. And if you see those photos, you know, this stuff, you know, takes over quickly. The property's back that way, you couldn't see it. This is the rear of that. This is the back of it. I wasn't back there, you know, this is what the majority of this property looked like. And the debris was tangled in a lot of this. Oh, I'm sorry, and this is what we're trying to build. This is what is coming back. And, you know, I'll leave that with you guys, but that's all I have for now, but do I take some questions from you now?
I had one. So you don't have any drawing documentation of what was previously there before you did these new drawings?
So essentially, I didn't have anything, as I mentioned. We started working on this right out of the gate, but there's probably, you know, processes, BAR meetings, you know, once it kind of coincided with the city's last straw to get that cleaned up. I'm telling you, it was bad back there. I wasn't gonna send a survey person or anything like that. So the first documentation that we got was after we had cleaned everything up. We had to change the zone. So that's when that's the only documentation.
So after you cleaned up the lot, then you sent your architect in there to provide as-built for what was existing?
So we have as-built, I believe that the as-built are based off what that survey was and from, what our survey is to get the square footage of it and to what, the bricks. Are
The
they
July 2024.
July 2024 or
Yeah,
November?
it's a recorded plat, but
July 2020, yes, ma'am, that is what, that's what those are that's what these plans to capture this are.
So you have documentation of it in plan, not elevations, is that
No,
correct?
sir, yes, exactly.
So that's,
This is from the plans that were approved by the city that we plan to be building here. This is not any kind of existing, it's a mixture of it, but we don't have any kind of elevations. There's no, in past projects that I've had, I've seen, this is, you have top and bottom proposed,
that's what I was.
existing. There's no record of that. We don't have it.
Okay.
Like I said, 25 years and no one's even tried to do anything. There hasn't been any kind of documentation.
when did we review and approve the demo of that corner building?
I think it was
So they-
2023, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly.
Was it that long ago?
Yes.
So we've seen this property before, but not this house. This was not within the scope.
So
So you've
they're
seen this
separate
with-
properties. We did the
68.
cinder block building that he had the photos of, we
Yeah.
did a site visit on 2023.
So y'all have seen these exterior elevations before?
No, we weren't looking at this property. We were
Right.
looking at the house, at the corner building.
Yep.
And the Freedman's Cottage next to it that faces Lee Street.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand how they got to these drawings without any as-bills, I guess that's.
Well, and scope, I want to ask about the demolition that we're talking about. So obviously what we're looking at is that you demolished this piece and this wall. What happened to the extra 30 feet on the back of the building?
That's what we're talking about here. I do not believe that 30 feet was that other survey is 2019. There was a lot of debris back there, but there was not enough of that debris to be to significantly to give that.
The photo
These-
you were showing was,
These drawings don't show that 30 feet.
I know but the photos do, is that from when he purchased it or before? I'm not sure the
the
timing, whether,
Photos that I had are from Google.
2021 and 2023.
Yes.
I mean, when you purchased it, the additional length of the building there or wasn't there?
It wasn't clear.
It wasn't what?
The
wasn't
only thing I
clear.
have are the photos from the Google Street Views.
Sounds like it was covered in. It was.
That
some-
rear structure
The
there,
side view was showing that
Yeah.
extra length that you
Yes.
showed.
That's what I got from the Google Street View.
Okay. I guess I'm confused about whether the back was demolished recently or
This-
not.
Here's what,
From the, let me go back to the Google.
I mean, all we're looking at is the proposal.
This is
We're not looking
November.
at-
maybe pull up because he can't see this.
You
can share my screen.
Yeah.
So
This
these I
view.
pulled from Google and this is dated 2023.
But there's
And it
there's
sh-
more
and it
buildings.
shows more of the building, yes, ma'am. And then from 2024,
It's gone.
that's the clearest thing that I could get.
so if you go back to where that wall is there.
Yeah.
The end of it. That was literally hung on to by, this is 2021, this is not where we were. If you go back to it, the main of that building was like this, and it was entangled in whatever that mortar
Yeah,
is,
there's a lot
the,
more
the, the,
building.
the,
When is that?
I don't know. It's Google.
Sorry, the current Google, if you just Google map, Google Earth it right now.
That one, I think it's from,
Are you
the
on that
current
one?
Google is like March 2020.
What date is that from?
It's Google.
I remember
but you
it
can't-
correctly.
What is that? Is that it?
Yeah, it's longer.
Yeah, it's in 190. That's it right there. That's the.
I mean, we
that's the
know it
logo
was
approved.
longer at
That's the
some
logo
point.
approved
I'm
for
just
demolition.
trying to figure out whether there's
That's the
been
one.
a
Is that the
Yeah.
one we
demolition
put in
at the
that
back.
one?
Yeah, and that was,
We didn't go in.
No.
You couldn't go in.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Norado Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is disappointed to see yet another after-the-fact demolition request for historic Freedman's Cottage before the board. It is unfortunate that historic material may have been removed without approval, but the good news is there's a lot of material left that can and should be preserved. We ask the board to deny this request and require the applicant to work closely with staff to ensure timely reconstruction of previously existing features as specified by BAR approved plans. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frank, you could give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, we had a little bit of a timeline that we put together. So staff, BAR staff approved a permit in March 10th of this year, and our condition was to be repaired to match, no demolition approved. April 1st, we issued a stop work order and noted that the rear portion of the house had been removed. And April 3rd, staff determined that the previously submitted drawings from the permit we approved didn't match the building. The drawings depicted a Freedman's Cottage ending approximately 30 feet shorter in length. And there was something about the building being a danger to the public in the submittal. The building has not been ordered down by the chief building official. He has not deemed it a danger to public safety, and the red Fire Marshal X only does not denote a condemned building, only that the fire marshal declares external operations only. Staff recommendation is a denial of after the fact demolition and the structure to be restored as was.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Disu.
Yeah.
Do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff
Yeah,
comments?
I would like to.
Go ahead.
Well, a couple things. One, the danger to public safety, I'm not sure where that is, but that was just mostly because that's kind of why we don't have any kind of recorded or anything about that side of the building. It wasn't not safe because of the, it wasn't not safe because of the red X. It was more unsafe because the people and everything that was back there. The previously submitted drawings do not match existing building. You can see in this photo here, whether those are up or not, they're before we owned it, and also that wall right there, it was down. The main only structural thing that was holding it was and I'm drawing a blank on the name, but these older buildings with the metal cladding was holding on to everything like that. Everything else was gone. I appreciate the input, and I hope that, when you were there today, you saw that everything that is left of this building, there is no record of what was there, so that would have been our first case, but every historic window opening, every piece of trim, and everything that we could save is still intact and sitting there right now. And there's a timeline, I really could go through, a timeline of what brought us to the meeting. But this is simply not a case of malintent. It's not from me and not from my team. This is a case of demolition by neglect. Okay, and that's a term used often in these meetings, and one that describes the real culprit in the loss of too many historic structures across our city. And if blame is to be cast for any loss of portion of this building, let it not fall on the person that's trying to save it, but on the former owners who allowed it to decay for 25 years, gaining only from opportunity zone tax credits and while doing nothing to protect its history. From the moment we purchased this property, I immediately started working within the city's process. And after nearly a year and a half of board meetings and tree removal requests, we were issued a permit. And that permit was based on the plans. That permit was based on plans that reflected the structure as it stood that day on my survey and how it still does today. And that review process took 2 months. As soon as the permit was issued, we began the construction both on the new structure and the rehabilitation of the existing home. And we did so transparently and in compliance with our issued permit. you know, a lot of other things happened and we kept going and I don't. You know, unfortunately, about a month into construction, we learned that that tragedy had struck a friend of ours and a friend of my entire team who was a homeless man. And I'll say his name for, you know, so it's here, but Everett Lee Scover. Lee was tragically and senselessly murdered. He had been taking shelter on the property well before I owned it, and he stayed there while we worked through the permitting process with the blessing of the superintendent who worked on the James Lewis buildings across the street. Lee's remains were found in the yard of the neighboring property. The day after it was ruled a homicide, the news broke, and media outlets covered our site, and there was a Post and Courier article published. And while that Post and Courier article did wonders in personifying our friend Lee and sought to help bring justice to him and his family, it also inaccurately quoted me stating that I received permission to demolish the structure. And that was the day when the city came the next day and handed a stop work order. On the stop work order, it says work exceeds permit approval and work exceeds scope. And those claims are not accurate. Nothing we've done falls outside the scope of the permits besides taking down that white building, and I hope I can justify why we had to do that today. I did tonight. But nothing that we've done falls outside the scope of those permits that were carefully reviewed and approved and issued to us by the city staff. And since that day, as many of you saw this morning, the building has sat suspended 3 feet in the air with every historic element that could be saved still in place. I mean, again, there's a Freedman's Cottage on an operating table tonight. And any decision other than allowing us to move forward in the exact fashion that we were given a permit to do so would be the equivalent of pulling the plug. I care deeply about Charleston's, and I mean this, I'm not just up here saying this, I care deeply about Charleston's architectural legacy, and my intention with this project is to honor it, not erase it. I'm preserving what can be saved, I'm rebuilding with care, and I'm following the guidance that the city has given me at every step. And I intend to do so as I work to finish this project, and I will continue doing so with any other project that I take on in the future. My ask tonight is simple. Is to recognize the condition that we inherited with this property and acknowledge the good faith efforts that we've made and allow us to continue the work of turning this long abandoned property into something that's worthy of Charleston's future. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. I'll move into board discussion and a vote. I'm seeing two pieces here, and tell me if I'm wrong, that there's the historic bump out, the white piece. And then there's the 30 feet at the back, which this plat has a surveyor stamp on it. That was gone as of July 2024. It's not there. So I think we need to address both of them. With the bump out, my thought is we deny the after the fact demolition, but it's on the plans for restoration. So I don't think a denial there, tell me if I'm wrong, but a denial there, it really is you have to put it back, but the plans I'm looking at, the bump out will be there. So then I don't know if we've run into a scenario like this where it's an after the fact demolition, but we don't know what it looked like or when it lost its form. I don't know if it lost its form. I don't, if we know, the only thing we know is it was gone as of July 2024.
Part of the issue that staff has had with this one is the plans that were reviewed and approved showed walls indicating everything was being replaced and repaired, but that shows a rear wall on the building that wasn't there. So either the building extended 30 feet past what the plans we reviewed approved, or the plans showed a back wall in the building that didn't exist.
What do you mean a rear wall that wasn't? Because we visited the site this morning and there's no rear wall.
East elevation.
Correct.
Also, the south elevation, there was no wall either. I mean, there's no wall or porch. Can't actually read the next one.
So
I don't know what to do about.
I I agree with you. I think there's sort of two questions here. About the back half of the building that's gone. And in actuality, there's another structure and framing that would,
That's already there.
that building would run into.
Right.
And so that exists currently. And so there's that, but we can sort of, I think theoretically you could ignore that, but I don't think we can practically ignore that. The other thing is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Frankie, but I think you just said this, that the permit that was issued was for repair, not, I mean, at which repair, replace in kind,
Yes, sir.
following the standards. Okay. And so, you know, there is enough of that building at its current size to, it's a lot more than repair and replace, but with an accurate set of drawings, then you could put, breaking this into two pieces, you could put that part of the building back the way it was.
The part
And
that we
if
saw
it needs
this
to be
morning.
elevated a couple of feet, you could elevate it 2 or 3 feet. And so, but these plans don't reflect that. These plans reflect, you know, that building originally had wood siding, which has been exposed.
Right.
And not a lot of it there, but there's some of it there, and the plans call for cementous siding. And so I think that you would have to have an accurate set of plans that actually reflect what the building is. And you could deny after the fact and require that accurate set of plans. And then with existing conditions and any acceptable change like the elevation to get it to be a fee. And I agree with you. I'm not sure how to handle the other half of the question, which is that part that it seems like has disappeared at some unknown time.
The bump out or the 30?
No, the bump out, I
Yeah.
think, goes back. I'm talking about the rear section, which you can see in
Right.
a Google and
We can see
on Google
one.
Earth image, you can see that part of the building, but I'm not sure what the date of that Google Earth image is. So, you know, it could have been 5 years ago. I don't know.
And we are normally looking at a form, something we have pictures of that we can say, oh,
Right.
it needs to go back, but
So I think we have two options. I mean, I think one is to defer if you feel like you need more information on the additional 30 feet.
Mhm.
The other observation, and part two is we're in agreement with staff on restoring it as it was. So I think it's just a question of whether we want some closure on the 30 feet question, or whether we're gonna say that what's there now is what's there now. And it has to be restored.
it
I don't think
would,
there's any question that what's there now has to be restored.
Agreed.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't think
that's,
there's any
it's,
question about that. It has to be restored accurately. You know, right away, you can see in some of the photographs. I mean, these are little things, but I think they're important. You can see that there may only been a few remaining, but originally the piers were brick. They were exposed brick. And these are block piers stucco, and the piers need to be the same size as the originals and, you know, same material. And it needs to reflect what actually was there. These drawings don't do that. So I would start there. Then we could deny that and require the restoration of this part of the building. And could we
work with staff and defer the back half to
defer
see if,
the question
Okay.
on the back half? Can we
because I
do
think
that?
that hasn't been entirely
Yeah,
clear that until really, I mean, even this morning, I was still confused, so maybe if we can between staff and
Defer that
preservation groups, if
to
someone
try
could
to-
figure out it.
For the applicant to try to act for staff to try to find more accurate information as to when the back part of that building was taken off. I mean,
Because if it was
that
truly gone as of, I'm just picking a
Well,
year,
Are we creating more of a
2019.
problem here than we need to, Frankie? It is complicated.
Some of it we could nail down better with between Google Images and any other documentation that we can find.
Where's Kevin?
See if I can find Kevin. I'll see if we have any site photos from Problem is, when we did our last site visit, we weren't looking at this property, because this property hasn't been before the board before that. The corner building is a separate property.
I don't think you could see this project, because we couldn't even get in the little Freedman's cottage that is on Lee Street next door to the one we approved demo of. We denied demo of that one next door, but I don't think the site, like, we couldn't get into
Well, it
that Freedman's
was
cottage.
boarded up, like they had it open for us to get in.
Can we split the motion that way?
Yeah.
I can see
I think it's clear.
what more information I can
You
find.
wanna make a motion?
Sure, I would make a motion for denial of after the fact demolition of the remaining structure. And a requirement that accurate plans for its restoration be submitted to the city. And deferral of the question of recreating the back section of the building that has been destroyed and no evidence, and no evidence of its appearance has been presented. We defer it for more
Yeah,
evidence of when the back section of the building was demolished.
And we don't need to see the front section again. You can work with city on that.
Right, I think,
Yeah.
that goes to staff.
We have a motion on the floor for denial of after the fact demolition of the remaining structure with a board condition that accurate plans for restoration be presented to the city, and then deferral of demolition of the back portion that's no longer existing, pending additional evidence as to when the back portion was demolished, whether that's demo by neglect or physically demolished, but demolished. Okay, do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
Can I ask you a question? Do they have to come back with that in a certain time? Like,
Or do we want to,
you know,
I mean, do we want to give that second
question
to
needs to be
staff? What do you
answered,
think?
doesn't it?
I mean, we'll see it again.
I
Well,
think
that-
unlike
I
this,
think it just needs to be, I'm wondering, it kind of needs to be answered, like, can they move forward with the restoration, but the back?
I think
kinda needs to be
I think
answered.
they need that. So I'm looking at like the last meetings we had where we wanted things stabilized immediately, so we put a timing one, but on these where I think that continuing with the front is going to require a resolution on the back. I
Yeah.
think it's already sort of built into the permitting process.
I see.
Unless y'all
Yeah.
tell me that you could somehow continue.
There's certainly work that could continue on that part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, work on the
Not,
plans as well.
not the least of which is documentation,
Okay.
accurate plans.
I'm sorry, I second the motion.
Okay. Becky, the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor?
Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
the chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Am I allowed to ask a question? Not like, just some clarification.
Yeah, just to make sure you know, so
Because so we come back to the board or?
for the back half, you work with the city on the front half
Okay.
and the plans and getting them accurate, so it's a pure restoration, but then for the back half, we just need some research. We want to figure out when the back half was.
Yes, and I understand that. And the other thing that I just want to clarify, and as I was saying, is this is something that I inherited, right? This issue, I don't know, I see what you're saying with that siding and everything like that. I know that we didn't do anything wrong here. What is the case that, you know, I've even looked for evidence to kind of show you guys this, and like, there's no plans, there's nothing. So we deem that, you know, that extended, what is the step, but how do we move forward from there?
The next meeting that you can get on the agenda for, if we can get some research on when exactly it was demolished, we'll just focus on that back half at the next meeting, and then you'll have a resolution.
Okay, and just, we know clearly in the tax records when I bought this property and when it's found that this is from
Yeah.
before we owned it, then.
Yeah, there's no question as to when you own it.
Yeah.
We're just figuring out when it was.
Okay, I completely understand. So we produced some drawings But I didn't know that there was cement, so I agree with you, behind all that stuff, it's wood siding, brick piers, it's obviously no problem, let's study it and figure it out. I have no problem doing that, so are we still letting it not work now until?
That's a question for study.
Until we receive revised drawings for, per the motion for accurate plans for restoration, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, agenda item 2, 109 Magnolia Avenue. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay, 109 Magnolia, the North Central Council District 4. It is unrated circa 1921 and the historic materials demolition permit. They are requesting partial demolition, including rear deck, covered porches, portions of rear brick facade, and the total demolition of a carport and shed. And this is the property's location on Magnolia. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, board and staff. Patrick Orfis, Government Studio Architecture. I'm the architect on the project. Thank you for hearing us. So what we are proposing with the project moving forward is a 2-story addition off the back. So with that requires us to,
And not to interrupt you, but we are not considering anything that's going in this place,
yeah, and I just want you to understand why we're asking.
just for legal purposes. We are not considering.
Yeah,
And we'll start on the survey. So in order to do that, we have some existing decks, porches. We saw this morning, there was a tree growing through that fell down. The roofs covering the decks and the porches are starting to fall down. Everything's rotted, everything's termite ridden. It was all hodgepodge over a series of multiple additions over multiple years from previous homeowners. You know, there's 2 sheds, there's the carport that's detached as well. So in order to come off of that, we're asking for that to be removed. This shows it a little more up close. It's a large portion of the backyard is taken up by these decks. Portions of those decks are covered in, I said, a hodgepodge of different shapes and pitches and everything else. So you can see in some of these pictures how, you know, derelict some of this wood is becoming and really falling over. So with that, with the addition going on that back, we are also asking for removal for a section of the brick on the back side of the house in order to tie into, and you can see the outline of that here. We've really made the effort to try to keep that fireplace and that chimney intact with the demolition. We've made the effort to keep this 1-story portion and the roof above it intact and coming off so that the demolition is really secluded to this outline here. Now that does include 3 windows, I believe 1 or 2 of which are actually vinyl windows and 1 or 2 are wood windows. But the brick facade removal would be secluded to just this area, to be intact. That's really everything, just a lot of decks, like it's a little quirky back there.
Thank you. Frankie, just to try to limit it, is there any of these decks, the back area that is not within our purview because it's not old enough?
I'm not sure if we knew the age of some of it.
I'm-
I don't think the current owners know either.
I
So
guess better to say. Any questions for the applicant?
The little back hip. Is it okay? I can't remember. It's a hip. Sure. The framing, sheathing or staying, only the shingles coming off.
You know, overframe on top.
Anything else? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Historic Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the applicant's time on site this morning. The PSC is not opposed to the demolition of the existing decks and carport, but we encourage engaging with the historic house below the eave to preserve the original roof line.
Anyone else? Okay, Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had some observations. We also have no objection to removal of deck, carport, and shed. The area of demolition is limited to the rear of the house and preserve the chimney. The rear facade unfortunately is visible due to the corner location, and windows are character defining features and should be retained. Staff recommendation is approval of demolition of porch, carport, and shed, and denial of remainder of demolition.
Mr. Orvis, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the city staff comments or public comments?
I appreciate that staff and PSC are willing to hear about the porch, carport, and shed demolition. Just to reiterate, it's the removal of the brick and the windows on the backside isn't something we do lightly. It's only so we can expand that living area for the current homeowner as the family is growing. It just seemed like in order to be able to move forward with a new project that has to happen. And we have made every effort to keep those elements around it, those key features intact on either side that are still visible from the right of way. And you know, we're really secluding what needs to be removed, what absolutely needs to be removed. And for the roof form, as you asked, we are trying to keep that existing hip roof on that building without touching it, removing the shingles and tying into it as needed. And I know you guys can't hear or look about the new stuff, but we are trying to keep that subordinate to and then lower so it doesn't detract from that original form of the house.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Porch, carport, shed are easy. Question, the fence, those two windows on the first floor, I don't think you can technically see those from the public way. No.
Yeah,
They would not be under.
Yeah, so the two first floor windows are not under our purview, so we're really looking at.
roof and the other three.
So we're gonna tackle the roof first.
The other two windows. I mean,
Just a dilemma, right? You're gonna add on, you can see the sides of the building, it's pulled into the middle. If you're going to add on, it's a sensitive way to add on. We don't have purview of what goes back, which makes us nervous.
Mhm.
right,
But maybe I'm viewing this similar to we've allowed small portions of roof demolitions to allow for expansions. Does that extend also to
Yes,
walls? And I don't
yeah.
see why it
When
wouldn't.
he's over framing on it.
Mhm.
So,
yeah, I mean, it's, certainly, it's better to overframe that and think that ultimately to tear the roof off, but I don't think it really makes sense. In essence, it's not like you're gonna reverse this at some point in the future, having your neighbors, what you would hope for, you would say, or make it, this is not reversible. And of course, when we allow small portions of roofs to be taken off, they're generally for dormers and they preserve ridge, hips, and eave. And I would the windows, there's 1.5 windows there in our purview. I think, or 2 windows in our purview. Would be nicer to put it, if you're gonna put an addition back there, would be to actually make it subordinate and have it contact the house below the eaves, but I don't know if that's,
like
No,
a
that's not-
hyphen or something.
yeah. Or create a hyphen addition that would keep the contact to the building. Would be more, would be more sensitive or.
But we don't have say so of what they
No,
roll
no,
back.
all we
I
can
mean,
do is say, take it off where you can't.
And he's stepped it in and it
I
is,
really shouldn't even bring it up.
yeah, it's stepped in, it's minimal, it's a hot mess back there right now. So whatever they're gonna do, I think it's gonna be much nicer than what's there.
I'm okay with this.
Me too.
It seems like they've tried to take a light touch and I mean, lucky for them with that fence.
Yeah.
Cause a lot of that is not even.
I think it's pretty sensitive and it's,
Yeah.
you know, I know it's not significantly visible because of the fence, but long term, I don't, you know, that fence could change to anything in the future. But I do think it's, you know, I think it's reasonably sensitive.
Then make a motion to approve demolition
As submitted.
as submitted.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition as submitted. But with the applicant to wait 30 days.
Oh,
Do we
gosh, I
need
forgot
that?
to add it this time. I'm so
I'm
sorry.
gonna add that to your motion.
Yeah.
With the applicant to wait 30 days. This is after the appeal period runs. We've been told that don't demolish it tomorrow.
It's
We
just
got a lot
the
of work to do for-
To wait, yeah, the 30-day appeal period.
staff's normally put, when you, if you request the demo permit, we put a note in it of the date when we can approve.
Yeah.
Which is 30 days from today. I'm so sorry I didn't put that on these. No, I was doing so good last time.
Okay, do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
You in favor?
Becky,
Me in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 3, 1006 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, if you give us an introduction, overview of the project, please.
Thousand six Ashley Avenue is in Wagner Terrace, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1938 in the historic materials demolition purview. Requesting approval of a partial demolition of roof framing. This is property location on Ashley. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good afternoon. I'm Jimmy Walker, the applicant's architect and also the next door neighbor. Danny and Liza have been living next to me for 7 years and I've lived in my house for 26. And it's all been single people up until now and we finally had somebody who wants to stay. So for the previous owner and Danny and Liza, I have looked at this house, trying to figure out a way to expand it. Just because it's a very limited footprint house. The house is only 22 feet wide. And therefore it runs much deeper into the lot. We're on one of the smaller lots in Wagner, it's the 40 by 100 foot dimension. So we're kind of packed in there now. But it's an unusual house as in the main roof structure beyond the front porch is we're lucky if it's 3 and 12. It's a very low slope roof, which is pretty unusual. And looking at the site itself, we're restricted with the setbacks and the location and the layout. And the house is set a little further back than some of the others. And so we're trying to figure out a way to grab more space. The house is only 1,039 square feet on the ground floor, and they like the ground floor layout. But it is very limited in expansion. I think there's like 2 closets in the whole house. And you know, they're small closets from back then. But anyway, so we've been trying to study this on a way that we can expand. And the only way that we feel that we can expand is vertical on this house. There's not a lot of ground area within the setback lines that we can use. The ground floor, unfortunately, did just get a staircase, which is, you know, we're talking 130 square feet of space right there just to get a stair to the second level. I mean, they would have to lose one of the 2 bedrooms that they have. So we're trying to juggle a lot of things. But we think that we found a way to do this. And we want to do this in a way that we're not sort of tacking on something in the back of the house that, you know, we would like to have a clean second floor addition onto this little house. The main roof, if you look at the photos submitted, this is just some arrows, kind of shows we are the last block of Wagner Terrace for the Mount Pleasant Street cutoff. And if you look at the top middle and the top right photos, what I did is I tried to take a picture of, you know, in the street right in front of their house. What do you see? And you see mainly the front porch roof line, the columns, which that's what we're proposing. We want to keep that. The picture to the right was from across the street on the other sidewalk. And there again, you barely see this main roof on this house. It's just that low slope. And the scale of this house is so much smaller than everything around it. So adding a second floor, we think will actually help blend in better. And there's other examples of this all around the neighborhood. And we think a clean addition there would be the best way to solve that problem. These are just some existing photos. Over the years, the windows have been replaced with good quality windows. All the materials, the siding, the trim, the roof, it's all newer materials. So we're not dealing with any, you know, historic siding or anything like that on the house. We do show sort of dashing of removing some brick on that porch, but the only reason we want to do that is there's been some settlement, so there's a clear lean to the brick, and we'd like to figure out a way to try to correct that if we could. So I wanted to include that in this request, just for those purposes. The pictures on the bottom that just shows the two back corners of their rear yard, which you can see, you know, the main house and the little shed, there's barely even 20 feet, if that, back there on that side, and then a little patio. So there's just not a lot of room for expansion. So this is the overview of the route plan on the site. One side of the house is built like all the houses pretty much in the neighborhood. One side is right on the adjacent property line. There is a newer porch to the bottom right there on the site, that is the screen porch. That was built 2021, we think, around that time. But this portion of the hatch portion is the part that has the 3 and 12 roof that we would like to remove and build directly up with a second floor, and it become more of a just a simple 2-story house, which are seen in this neighborhood and actually across the street. But we also want to save the front entrance because that's the element that you see now. We want to keep that as is as much as possible. And then these are just some diagrams showing the portions of the roof that we would have to take off to do that. Basically, this house is a bedroom and a bathroom wide. That's what we're dealing with in the footprint. So it's a very narrow house on the lot. And these just show the existing on the bottom and the demo on the top. This would be the same. There's an abandoned chimney that we discussed. Some people asked questions about this morning. That's in the kitchen from, I guess, a former stove that may have been there. That chimney it's kind of a little iffy, but we would take that one down, but keep the main chimney there in the living room. And then this is just removing actually one of the newer windows this would be a location where we would put a staircase to the second floor against this wall. And I believe, you know, one of the disadvantages, my house, for example, next door has a much higher slope roof. I have a couple of bedrooms and a bath because I have the space under the roof line. This you just don't have it. And most of the houses in the neighborhood, we at least have that opportunity. And so that's our challenge on this. And these are good people. I want them to stay. And I've watched their family grow. And they really love the neighborhood, and it's actually become a neighborhood that, you know, we kind of joke about, if you sell your house, you're out and you'll never get back in. We're in that situation with the real estate market, so. I'm gonna turn it over to Danny and Eliza if there's anything you want to add or.
Yeah, Danny Mullins, I'm the homeowner at 1006 Ashley Ave. I appreciate all you guys' time this evening and this morning. Daryl, we didn't get to meet, so thank you for coming. As Jimmy alluded to, you know, we've been there almost 8 years now, and we don't want to leave. We have one daughter. We're trying for a second, boy or girl. I'll take either, right? And then we need more space, and we've talked with all the neighbors. We have every neighbor on our block support, whether signature or written letter. We thought about this process for a while, and we sat down with Jimmy, and we tried to come up with a plan that will maintain the charm and character of the existing house, and that will also fit well with inside Wagner Terrace, and we feel we have done that. So just hoping for, you know, you guys' blessing and kind of take it from there.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Commissioner Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us and the opportunity to visit the property this morning. We understand the desire for more space, but we cannot support the removal of the historic roof in its entirety. Further removal of character defining features like the shingle siding and the gables would fundamentally alter the character and form of the property and the surrounding streetscape. We encourage the applicant to explore other options for expansion to minimize the scope of the proposed demolition, including seeking zoning relief. The PSC would be happy to act as a resource as this design continues to progress.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had observation that roof form, chimney, windows, and porch walls are character defining features and should be retained. And that the staff recommendation is a denial as submitted.
Thank you, Frankie. Before we move into board discussion, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the staff comments?
You know, like we mentioned, we just feel like the roof that we're removing is really not very visible, and it's not common for the neighborhood. The things like the shingles, which those aren't wood shingles that are there now, but in the new design, we want to pull those same details into the second floor roof lines, try to pull it, keep all the details the same, and use some of those same materials. And, you know, where the gable roof forms are, that's where the shingles would go, just like what's on the house now. So keeping the roof lines, you know, that's one of the few sides that we can put a window on, being the, you know, location of property lines. And we couldn't really do that with those current side roof lines. So that's all I want to say. Our intent is to try to blend it, keep blending in with the surrounding homes and keep some of the same character to the house.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. Move into board discussion and vote.
This is one of the properties where the board doesn't have.
This is such a frustrating area
Yeah.
of town, because the reason that we are so bullish on demo in this area is because we're looking at it as if you took the roof off and we have no idea. You could put, I mean, subject to, obviously.
Whatever zoning
Whatever they
permitting
want.
would allow. And
Um,
we don't anticipate that you do that, but we are legally bound not to consider it. We can only consider the demolition on the merits of the demolition. So it makes this really difficult
We
for
have,
us.
so yeah, this is one of the areas, and it's not in one of the corridors. Weirdly, Ashley is not. Rutledge is and King is, but Ashley is not one of the corridors where we have purview over what goes in this place. We've approved portions of the roof. We've dealt with a lot of these recently. We don't have a hard and fast rule, but
I don't recall that we've ever approved entire removal.
Full scale.
Of a
We
roof
haven't
before,
approved Full
and-
scale removal.
Right.
Yeah.
My apologies for not meeting you this morning. I stopped by much earlier and it's a beautiful little area and house. I guess one of the hardships on you guys is my minimal time on the board, when we've approved these, the pitches are normally greater and we approve additions in the back that are kind of set in. But the fact that you have this 312 doesn't give you very much room. I see why you're asking to get the whole roof. I think what Fillmore's gonna say, and since I've been on the board, we've never approved a whole roof being removed. It's always very specific to small areas in the rear that keep the integrity of the design, the original design. Right.
And this, certainly roofs are character defining features, and removal of this roof, regardless of what you did afterwards, would dramatically change the character of the house. It would not be the same house. And one of the things that our guidelines want to protect are the form, character defining features, and the form of historic structures. So it makes, I certainly understand why you would do it. I sympathize, but it makes, because of our limited purview, this is very difficult. It's us in
It's hard for
the
me.
situation of
yeah, I know.
what to do.
Because I'm trying to describe it like this way, but
And so I
know.
I would certainly, entertain something coming back that was more sensitive. Maybe there's a way, with a little more, scratching heads and thinking about this, to use some other part of the house aside. I mean, I'm not talking about the design here. In other words, something that is a little more sensitive to removal of the historic form of the house, that we could certainly.
And is it generally helpful for zoning if they know that BAR, for example, would be in support of a variance?
We
They
have.
may not care.
I'm not sure how the feelings of the board are. We have written applicants letters before, or provided documentation that we have denied something, and them use that as part of their hardship request for a variance.
Makes sense. Just to give you, while you're scratching your head, that we would be in support of using more of the rear lot.
I think in this case, we can't approve the submittal that's submitted.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would,
I mean, full-
I'll make a motion for denial as submitted.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for denial as submitted. Do I have a second to Fillmore's motion?
Second.
Becky, put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
In favor.
the chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. And I hope that gave you guidance that we would consider less of the roof being demolished. We are open to creative ways. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4, 134 Diamond Street. Frank, can you give us an introduction overview of the project, please?
134 Dunman Street is also in Wagner Terrace, Council District 6. It is a category 4, 1947 in the historic materials demolition purview, requesting a partial demolition of a back portion of the gable roof. This is the property's location on Dunman. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Deal. I appreciate being able to be here. My name's Will Taylor. I'm the homeowner of 134 Dunman Avenue. As you can see, this is our Tudor Revival Cottage is the way that I think we've self-described it, or not. We tried to do some research into what was the intent of the build of it, and we just love the charming character of this of our house, of our home. we feel like this demolition, partial demolition of this roof, is a modest measure, that, hopefully maintains this historical character of both this house and for the neighborhood. I guess I can flip through some of these. Again, you see existing house, we're not asking for, yeah, that's what it is. This is the area that we would be demolishing of the existing roof. As you can see, it doesn't go back into these, I don't know if this points.
That's a pointed over, just you have to point it over
Is this
there.
The point,
There's not a pointer?
we can't see
Yeah, we
it.
can't see it.
So
It's
you're welcome to just approach it and
Okay,
point
yeah, yeah,
with your
so,
finger, yeah.
these two gables here are off the back, those are gonna be maintained. The gable in this front part and really the view from the street is exactly the same. So no demolition of those items or those features. As you can see here, I don't really know my architect put this together, so I'm not exactly sure what this I guess the bottom is the back view of those two gables that would remain the same. And then that's the other elevation. As you can see, this is the view from the back. There's a lot of complicated gables on the back part, all this area in here, that would be removed as well. It's sort of a mishmash of things back there. But again, maintaining the same look and feel, with those demolitions. Yeah, just really keeping it the same. As you can see, this is these pictures are the existing, and these are, yeah, fairly current. Yeah, that's about all I got. You guys have, yeah.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, large area of the roof in the rear, that's to be demolished. Does that include the eaves and the ridge?
The
Or
eaves-
is the demolition set away from the eaves and the ridge? It's hard to tell from your drawing.
Are you talking about this right here?
Yeah, on both sides, does the demolition go to the edge of the
Yeah,
building?
right, and yeah,
Yeah.
the demolition goes all the way to the eaves and it goes all the way to the ridge.
So,
And so.
The ridge is the top spine.
It looks on the drawing.
are you talking about this discrepancy here?
They're basically asking
Yeah.
if the demo is gonna take off, this is the ridge. Is it
Yes.
gonna take off all of that and is it gonna go all the way down to the eaves? So this is all being demolished? Or is it being limited, so like the historic portion here would actually be retained and you're sort of staying, your demo is staying within the ridge and the eaves, basically staying within the top and sides.
Yes, it is.
It's staying within,
The demo is that very top of the ridge
Right.
will be retained. Okay,
so it'll step down like a couple inches.
it's gonna meet it, I guess, at the very top.
Yeah.
Yeah, does that,
Hey, I'm not an architect either, I'm translating.
He's given us enough to where we can
yeah,
Is that-
forward.
I mean,
You think so?
sort of in this drawing, if I were looking just at that drawing, it appears as though, the demolition is pulled off the ridge and off the eaves.
Right.
And the plan, in the roof plan, it looks like it extends all the way to the eaves and all the way to the ridge. So,
it does extend to, we are not keeping this little strip, that hatch mark should be all the way
Okay.
to the edge.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Henriette Meyer, Preservation Society of Charleston. While the PSC appreciates the applicant's effort to concentrate demolition to the rear, less visible areas, we encourage the applicant to minimize impact on the form of the building by reducing the scope to the proposed roof demolition to preserve both the ridge line and the eaves.
Is there anyone else speaking? Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Demolition is kept to the rear of the roof, but it is, there is some visibility from Grove Street. And we also noted the discrepancy in the drawings. It also sounded like there might be some brick on the left elevation that was being removed. And that the entire gable of the main roof was included in the demolition, just from our site visit this morning. That could just be our confusion over discrepancies with the drawing. Staff recommendation. Staff condition for approval is if approved, we would like the demolition to be kept below the ridge line. But staff recommendation is a denial as submitted.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Taylor, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the staff comments before we move into board discussion?
Yeah, it sounds like if the problem will be what those discrepancies are with the hatching, I'm terribly sorry my architect did not include that, but it doesn't make like, let me just make sure I'm reading this correct. Demolitions.
Okay, we were just to help you out a little.
Yeah,
We were making a note that there's some discrepancies, so if it doesn't get approved, we would want this discrepancy in the drawing corrected.
okay,
But our motion is based on the visibility and that it's going to the eaves and the ridge.
eaves and the ridge.
So going all the way to the side and all the way to the top spine.
We want the addition set in a little bit, from the
Yes,
top
set in a
and the
little bit.
sides a little bit to retain the line.
You understand that, if I could go back. So see this, it's gonna be set in from this gable here, right? This gable here is gonna be maintained the same way.
Right.
It's the other one.
We want
What about
the
That's
other.
the other one where
The
it's
upper hand.
struggling.
What about the gable on the upper part,
You're saying,
where that is hatched?
Yeah, we want it set in there. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it needs to be some. And the reason is it keeps that line, and then you can tell that,
if we were to keep that line as it is, and it's flush, would that work? Does that make sense? Like the brick,
I think we can move into board discussion,
Yeah.
and I think
Okay.
with the guidance we'll give,
Yeah.
that Joel, because Joel's your architect.
yeah.
Joel knows
Yeah.
the role. He knows what to do.
I would think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. This is to the rear of the house. It's not the whole roof. I think we've approved things like this. However, if y'all are on the same page, we would just need to do what we typically do, which is a certain number of inches.
Coming in and down.
Yeah.
yes.
What about the brick? You made a comment about, There-
That was something that Rachel noted this morning. She thought that it sounded like part of the brick along the edge was included, and it might just be the way that.
is it just the roof
This is
being
gonna be
demolished?
easiest
Is there any
to come.
brick? Okay.
There was a concern about the way this was hatched, if some of that brick was being removed.
But if you pull it in from eaves and ridge, then that brick remains.
I think we're on agreement. I don't know what the.
Yeah.
Dimension.
That's y'all.
I don't know, I would say a minimum 6 inches.
From
Don't you
the,
think so?
from the sides?
Yeah.
I was gonna say a foot, but I'll go with
Well,
6.
no, I think
Six.
it's better. I was trying to be minimal.
Can I make a
But,
motion?
I don't think you could, it would be tough to frame it. It would be tough to build it with.
Okay, yes, Daryl?
Can I make a motion to approve demolition with an offset of 12 inches from the ridge and 12 inches from the sides? And your architect probably knows this. I mean, he's in
Yeah,
here. every-
yes, I'll leave it. If I could ask or make a statement of something now, I would really appreciate it. But I guess it's closed.
It is closed.
It's okay.
If you need any clarification on the motion, but, okay, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition, with an offset of 12 inches from the ridge and 12 inches from the eaves. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky.
Yeah.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. For clarification, if I were to come down 12 inches from the ridge, that my ceiling height would be under 6 feet for the plan. Okay, so it is
This is the weird part.
killing. I tried to be as modest with this as possible with this addition or with this demolition.
So this is the frustrating
Yeah,
part.
I understand that you only have purview of demolition, but
And
this is one of those things that is because of the stringency on this particular thing with the setbacks of this, it's a pretty big burden to bear. And might require me to come back and do something that's more extensive.
I understand.
Yeah.
I suggest you work with your architect.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, agenda item 5, 287 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
287 Ashley Avenue is in West Side, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1935 in the historic materials demolition purview. Requesting a partial demolition, including removal of porch on south side to the rear, removal of steps and a section of rear facade. And this is the property's location on Ashley. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello. Chris Bonner with the City Architecture. This is our second time joining the board. Last time was deferral, so we added a couple more images to better, I guess, enunciate the condition of and the structure beneath this particular portion of the porch. So we'll skip a little down. The portion that we're asking, as we kind of chatted with those that joined us this morning, is just this small section in the back at the far end of the porch that wraps around the current house. So, the front portion is staying in its existing condition. It'll probably get painted, maybe any rod will be replaced in kind, but it's this small section of the rear porch that does not match the front portion that we're asking to be removed. You can tell that the kind of transition from the front porch to this kind of rear section is generally strange. The roof itself has a different pitch. They don't necessarily line up. Different kind of construction techniques and detailing. The existing roof on top is not a historic roof. It is a 5V mechanical, and not even standing seam, just a 5V sheet good roof. In terms of issues we're hoping to enlarge the opening where the windows and the doors currently exist to add French doors. On the site, if you look, you can kind of see where at one point there were doors where the seams of the siding still exists. The doors and windows themselves are not historic. Zoom up of the window, you can kind of tell, mid-80s, 90s kind of exposed tracks for the windows themselves that were installed. And then when we got to the underneath of the house, it is a amalgamation of various pressure treated pieces of wood kind of stuffed in there. We have, CMU block turned in various ways, supporting portions of the deck as well. A lot of rot. The majority of it seems to be kind of held up by maybe a couple dry stacked bricks. So this portion is a dry stacked bricks. So this portion of the porch is not a ton of historic material left, and so the hope is to being able to replace it with something that better matches the forward portion better built roof or portion front. And yes, that's the extent of presentation.
Any questions?
I do. Chris, the last time you were here, I don't remember if it was the Preservation Society or the Historical Society. I guess their biggest struggle was they saw this as the original part of the house, and that's why they didn't want it demolished. Am I remembering that correctly?
I believe that was part of the conversation. I think when looking at this picture from underneath, I don't know much of what is historic material that is left. So
I see. So you're saying from underneath, there's no history there because that's 2x4s and block.
it's just, yeah, I mean, whatever used to be there is long since gone and been replaced. Is what we're looking at possibly, that's this small section, possibly in the same location of something that was back there in the day. That is a possibility.
But on the porch itself, the columns and the railing,
I think you can tell the columns themselves are starting to sink and rot. The steps, steps are just supported by pressure treated lumber on the dirt, so they weren't original either. And the hope is, it's a very quaint little home to the street, and I think, that look of a time that was, in the 20s and 30s when this, or per the Sanborn, somehow this front porch was added in the 70s, probably not accurate, but that is the character of the home, and the hope, obviously, of the owner that's lived there for, quite some years, is to extend that character so it better matches the rest of the home. And this little portion that is in very poor condition, I don't think is a high quality historical aperture of the home in a manner that necessarily, I won't say deserves to be preserved, because everything deserves to be preserved per se, but I don't think it's what's there is as a high quality historical element.
thank you.
Any other questions? Frankie, you'll have 1935 on here, is that right?
That's another one of this tax record
Just
here.
on the, what
as-
should the, I guess, and some, I guess, iteration of the home shows up on the 1902 sample.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. This cottage is a wonderful cottage, and it's stick out in our neighborhood. And we're not against anybody fixing their house and repairing their house, but keeping the existing property as it is. This is not the first time this house came before board. And we just wanna keep what's there and have them to fix it and keep it in this district. Because what it sits in a historical portion of the city of Charleston. Because there's a cottage right next door, there's a historical cottage across the street, and there's a tree almost right in front of it. And everyone knows the history of this tree and the history of this particular area. So to demolishing these cottages is hard for the city because all the work the city and different board is doing to preserve these cottages and making sure to count how many cottages still exist in the Charleston area. So if they want to improve, fix the porch, keep the columns that is there, and keep the existing look of this cottage, would be a great asset to this community, and we shouldn't take any asset away from this community or the city of Charleston.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
I just had our previous staff comments that, the front porch, the alterations to the house had been the front portion of the porch and the wraparound portion. Per the Sanborn maps, the section of porch to be demolished is, this section of the porch is the original to the structure, and that windows are character defining features and should be retained. Staff did not feel that the board motion had been met, so we were just posting the previous board motion, which was the deferral for restudy of H, of porch structure and fenestration locations.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Mr. Bonner, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Yes, of course. Obviously, for the neighbor, I want to make sure that you understand that we're not demolishing the house at all. We're not changing the front porch that you can see in the street. So, you know, obviously, they've lived the house for a while, we're changing. We're only asking about that small portion of porch. So generally speaking, you probably wouldn't be able to tell much difference from the street. So I just want to make sure it's the neighborhood, but we're not trying to tear down a house. It'll generally look very, almost the exact same inside. So I just want to make sure it's clear.
The concern is just how the porch will wrap around and connect to the rear portion.
Yeah, just that little bit portion of.
That will stay the same.
But that's the where the porch gets shorter at way in the back, away from the street. That's the only section we're talking about.
Like, you know, we have an association, and would be wonderful for all this information come to the association and put us, so that would alleviate us from coming here and stuff like that. So I understand, just as long as we keep the facade and the porch.
And then to the same comments, the fact that they don't believe the board motion has been met.
We were just leaving it for the board to determine, is what I was trying to say.
It's like, I'm not exactly sure how much information we could possibly present in terms of, you know, age and the materials. Anything more, frankly. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. So we're only, for this time, we're only talking about that middle portion, nothing, because it says in section of rear facade.
I
Just want to be clear.
We must have misunderstood a description when we pulled that.
Okay, so it's
was
just,
my guess.
we're
Yes.
not looking at a rear facade.
Sorry,
anything,
I will
just
put it in
okay,
here,
okay,
but-
no, I just wanted to be clear. Okay, just for discussion purposes, again, I think it's so weird that Ashley Avenue is not a corridor over which we have purview over what goes in its place. But that porch, if I'm looking at the Sanborn maps, I'm not an expert, it looks like it is part of the original. And then some back was added on, and then the front, but this porch is part of the original.
I agree.
But I'm not opposed to portions of I think well, I don't know what they would
French
put in the
doors,
holes that they would put in the walls, because I don't have purview over that, but I'm not opposed to removing portions of that facade.
The porch facade there, or the facade of the house,
Well, I guess,
That wall. to add
The wall,
French doors
the wall.
is
Yeah.
Part of the request.
I think I'm reading the drawings right. I think the demolition is in, there's gonna be a pair of French doors there where the windows.
Right.
Where the, two windows were and then the window in the door, those openings are gonna be enlarged. They're gonna be French doors there, obviously. Something will eventually have to go back there, you'd fall.
but I think what they're asking for is a full-scale demo of that whole.
right,
But all we're dealing with is that the section of the wall and the roof and the porch deck and the columns, I think is what we're dealing with.
I think the roof,
So the whole,
and I would agree with Lindsay that I think the porch is original. I don't have opposition to the French doors. I think they could be more minimal than demolition than what's shown. I mean, if you think of a pair of doors, I feel like that demolition could be a little bit more Even if it was a pair of 32s.
I know we're not thinking about it, but I think the idea of the demolition is to bring that wall out.
Yeah. No, the wall has.
Oh, it's
no,
not.
Holes for doors.
No, they just.
Wait, you're not asking to demolish the whole wall?
No, just
No,
the
just the
areas,
openings. I think it's just the openings. Is that
the
correct?
openings. They
Oh.
probably want to complete the porch in the current style to come around.
Randy, can you go to AD8?
Yeah, that's the one I'm on.
I think that's where I got confused. I thought they were
Yeah.
asking
Yeah.
all of this to be taken.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because it's the whole thing is.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's not all of this.
Well, that's the porch.
It's the roof
So
and
the-
columns and porch.
So we're asking to remove that portion of the porch, which would be that house, right? And then we're
You're
moving.
right, we don't know what's gonna go.
Right, right,
But it's this
You're
whole
right.
thing, it's not just opening.
right. It's the porch, the columns and the facade of the house.
And
That-
this,
The
so
whole
it's all
wall.
coming off. They could stays.
The wall, so the two things is the porch, and then there's two openings for doors.
So it's not all this, it's the columns.
And the roof.
I
and the
almost wanna
porch.
take this.
Where you hatched the roof, you're not moving that?
We are, because it has a different slope than the rest of the roof, so it's like, it literally is a waterproofing issue where the two roofs of the porch don't match.
You mean-
I see.
They transition very strangely.
So you're not taking like this piece of wall out right here.
No.
You're taking out this square. I just wanna be,
Yeah, oh.
Sure.
you're taking out this square. And then the columns, 2, 3. And this porch, I guess this stairway.
But then they can do whatever they
The
want
porch deck.
after that. They can do whatever.
Well, they can
want
do whatever they
after
wanted
that.
right here.
Right.
So this square,
It could be infill.
And then the porch.
well, could you infill this
Or
square?
they could bring the whole thing out.
How cute could you get with that square?
Well, they can bring the whole wall out. They can expand all the way out. Once you
Not,
demo-
well, they're not taking this off.
No,
I know,
but
but
they're
once it's
leaving
on the
it,
inside,
but it could be inside.
once it's on,
the
once you,
Ah.
yeah, once it's on the inside, it's not under approval. Which is that's the dilemma.
It's up to y'all. I thought that they were taking out that entire porch, the historic porch, but if it's sections of the wall and the columns.
And the porch deck.
wall above the window stays too.
And the 5V's coming off the roof. The support roof's coming off, right, obviously.
I mean, if you allow us to, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, in your proposal,
Yeah.
yeah, the 5V roof is coming off.
To
The
clarify,
columns, the porch deck, and then the Xed area
So the floor.
of the wall of the house at the porch, the Xed areas. Just want to make sure we understand exactly what the.
I thought it was the whole thing, so I'm feeling better now that it's not the whole thing.
And of course, it's back to the same old dilemma is, that's an original part of the house, which means it's visible. It is character defining because it's porch and porch column, windows and roof form. And so we have to kind of base the decision on whether it's all right, regardless of what might go back or not go back. Is it okay to do that all by itself? Is it all right to take that part of the house
I think we need to
off, which I think we all are. I think that it's been a lot of, obviously, the porch deck's been cobbled up and repaired, but I think that it seems to be on the sandboard, so it's fairly early.
It's fairly original.
So if they left, like, I guess the porch floor and the roof, then that maintains like the width of the porch. But then they can,
I think it's kind of.
I think
Daryl,
the
what do you
porch is original. I personally, I'm not in favor of demolition of the porch. If they wanted openings in the wall for French doors, that's a possibility, but I think the porch and the detailing and the scale is original.
I think that the scaling of the porch, the scale of the porch, I want to remain because that's original, but I'm not opposed to cuts in the walls. Yeah.
Split the difference, yeah.
I don't know if the porch is wide enough, the doors don't.
They could open inwards. Could
I
they, could
think
they
those
open inwards?
openings could be more narrow.
House is not big enough to open inwards.
Right now, they look like they're 8 feet wide.
Quite narrow. Pretty wide, but, I mean, I think, you know, I would not be in favor of demolition of the porch either. I, like I said, if they wanted to rearrange the fenestration on that wall, so. I
That would
don't,
be
I don't have it.
considered.
Yeah, I think.
I think I'm okay with the portions of the wall, but that porch is original. I mean, that's one of the most original pieces. I guess it is the most original piece to the house.
Want me to
That
make
would
a
be-
motion?
Go ahead.
You want me to make a motion?
Yes.
Oh, well, it's based on the demolition. I think it's.
Well,
Yeah.
This is where I think it's almost, we need to piecemeal it, unless are you
No,
going to
I-
approve any portion of it?
Well, it would be denial of the demolition of the porch. It would be approval of openings in the walls, but I think they should be limited. They look quite wide at the moment. I mean, I think they should be limited, but 5.5 feet in width. I don't know what they are right now.
But technically, don't you have to remove the entire window?
But they would.
Don't you have to technically remove the entire window? I guess it's the walls and the windows as shown.
There's no dimension there, so it looks quite wide. Like, I don't know that they need that much width for French doors.
Yeah, Chris is bringing up a good point. To put any French doors in, he's got to remove both of those windows.
Yeah.
So it's not just walls.
Right.
Right. I mean, I think we're saying we would consider that.
Yeah.
We don't know if we need to defer that.
I mean, I would let them, well, could you think of a dimension, kind of like we did?
Chris, would you work specific dimension for the doors? I hate to see this have to come back for a third time.
Just so we can look at
Something small.
dimensions.
I mean, we're happy to get smaller windows, but from a practical standpoint of your approval, you can't demo half the window.
Right,
So
right, right,
We're
right.
asking for demolition of the window. It might go back with the
Right.
wall, but
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah.
saying that.
Yeah.
We're just
Right.
saying the scale of the French door, where the French doors are going, looks very wide.
Right.
It looks like almost, if you. look
Pair of
at-
3/6s.
Right, if you had a pair of these, right, that looks like it would be a little more, better proportion to the building. I guess that's what I'm trying to
But-
say.
The demolition is gonna be the 2 windows and the 3 windows in the door.
Right, you're
And there's
right,
not enough wall in between them
right.
to.
And the wall is shown.
And the wall in between.
But we don't have
Okay.
a purview of, once that's done, of what happens, what goes on.
Yeah.
That's right.
Do you want me to
It's
read
so-
what I think
it's
your
so-
motion would be?
So difficult now to know
How would
this.
to do with the wall? I don't know how to make motion.
I would
Well,
say approval of demolition of the 3 windows in the door. I mean, that's what they're asking for, right? It's demolition of
But
the
it's
3
also gotta be
windows
some
in
of
the
that
door
wall.
in that wall.
It's got to include some of the wall.
I mean,
That's what I thought her
I-
motion would be.
um,
This is what I thought that it would be approval.
I
Oh.
think I didn't get by there. I mean, I went everywhere else, but I didn't
The
get to that
windows
one.
and doors aren't, I don't think are all.
Well,
The opening-
I'm not, I think the openings may
the
be all,
openings might be all.
because it looked like in the photograph, that photograph. See. I think that's new trim.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah, I
it
agree.
reads like an original sill. And of course, it's, you've got new, yeah, new jams and new sash,
Yeah.
and they've been stuck in an original open, so I don't know for a fact, but you could probably. You'd figure it out, but you'd have to take stuff apart. My sort of instinct is that those are probably original openings.
if you look at the one picture, it shows exactly where the door used to be.
I saw that, and so it could be that there were 2 windows and 2 doors originally, balanced, and I don't know.
So would you both be
I still have
okay
enough information.
with basically demolition of these areas as shown on the drawing.
I don't know now.
I hate for-
It's
I think
these-
we either deny it outright or we deny the porch and grant removal of the three windows and the door.
But I think you have to
I think
approve the wall.
Otherwise, we'll be down to pieces of siding.
Am I wrong? You have to approve some of the, you can't just approve the windows and doors, you have to approve some of the siding,
Correct.
which is where I get to as shown.
I have no issues with them demolishing that portion of the windows and doors. I understand the heartburn over the porch because it's original. So
Did you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I don't know.
Would you like me to read it?
Sure.
Approval of demolition of portions of the walls, we might end up with a split here. Portions of the walls and window as shown. Excuse me, the walls, windows and door as shown. And denial of the remaining demolition.
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if they're in favor, but I'm in agreement with that.
And that still maintains the historic porch dimensions.
Right.
And I think given the visibility of it from the public right of way and that it is set back where it is, I think this is minimally visible what we're approving. Versus if we had approved a full scale demo of that.
Yeah, if you look at the roof or the kind of the overall roof plan, it is respectfully back there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in a, it's not the dominant portion of the house. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion? I will second it, but.
Yeah.
I technically can, I just don't.
About the Openings.
What are you doing?
So I wish I had a little more information about the openings.
I know.
And,
Do you
I'm in
want
agreement.
do you want
I
to
don't know
put
if they're
some?
old or original or,
I mean, I think probably, there's that line in the side. So it's very possible that there were originally two windows and two doors. And so, but the openings are, the placement of the openings is likely
Could be
original. And it would be nice to have more information about that, but I hate to keep
I
the can
think,
down the road.
well, this to me gets into this area of town again, and areas that we've allowed demolition of. And this, to me, I'm comfortable with this. We're not allowing demolition of anything else on the house. We're talking about two openings on the side while maintaining the historic form.
And they can't be that big when they come back based on the owner's verbiage about there's not room to have big doors. I mean, they're not putting
Yeah.
nano walls there or.
And so given what we've approved in other locations and the fact that we are maintaining that historic form, I think this is a good compromise.
If they specify the door size, would that help either of you?
Well, if those are not the original placement of the fenestration, then I wouldn't be opposed to it getting moved around again. I just don't know whether that's, it looks kind of like it might be, it's likely to be, because I don't think, this house has been much altered. So, other than they've replaced the sash, clearly, and you put jam line, put liners in and replace the sash. And that's just, no, it's set back pretty far, but it's pretty visible.
Yeah.
And if it's original openings, I think that,
you want to keep them.
Well, and I'm looking at,
you want to, either that or you want to be sort of respectful of that, be careful what you're doing with it.
Yeah.
So I would say no.
I would say no too. I would say we need more information.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we can try for another motion. I mean, I would make, motion for denial of demolition. A board comment to, comes back to provide additional information about whether or not the fenestration.
A deferral would be better for them,
But we
right?
can, yeah, what do you think?
Then they don't have to,
You mean break it up and do a denial and a deferral?
Okay.
deferral of the openings.
I can live.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Denial of demolition of the porch and deferral of demolition.
Just gonna change the beginning. So deferral of demolition of portions of the wall, windows and door as
Yeah.
shown. Denial of the remaining demolition. So that was Fillmore's motion. Do you second? All right, I'll put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
No.
Fillmore,
Yay.
Becky?
In favor.
The chair votes to the majority and motion passes 3-4, 1 against.
For some clarity,
Yes.
having been to the board multiple times requesting more information, could you be clear, what information are you looking for? What would you want?
The age of the openings.
What is that?
Well, the framing, right?
I mean, I think, you know, you might be able to do very little bit of selective demolition that doesn't do any damage and figure it out. There might be some existing photographs somewhere, earlier photographs that would determine it, or if it's hard to tell from the drawings, but you know, well, and I doubt that there would be a consistent, there might be a consistent pattern that might demonstrate that they were, you know, help me demonstrate that they were original.
I mean, if you go up there and look at the siding,
the
siding changes, I mean, I don't,
Are the, you know, if the sills, for instance, and the windows are old, then they're likely the locations are original. Casing could be new, obviously the sash are new, and they have liners. Of course, frequently, you all know that the sills and the jambs often stay and the sash get replaced, and even liners put in, sash get replaced. And so I think that an argument could be made one way or the other that they're original, or perhaps not.
Yeah. Okay, agenda item 6-5, Ashton Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Five Ashton Street is in West Side, Council District 6. It is a category 4 in the Old City District, circa 1935. Requesting conceptual approval for renovations to a one-story residence, including raising it 3.5 feet to current flood requirements, removal of rear addition and back porch, and reconstruction of front porch. And this is the property's location on Ashton. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
No, Andrew Gould, your presentation. Here's an aerial view. This is the house right here. You can see it has a deep backyard that butts up against this 5-story modern building in the back. This is the house here. It's the only one in the block that has not yet been raised up above flood of these little cottages. All of the others that have been raised up look like this, which I think is quite regrettable in the sense that they have no detailing whatsoever on the piazza wall. They have a very plain modern concrete staircase and, you know, tubular iron railing, no eave details of any kind. I don't really know how people are allowed to renovate a historic house and leave it looking like a modern house, but everybody else did that. I want to not do that. I want to have all the details that actually makes it look like a historic house as we raise it up. A major complication of this project is this huge tree here. I'll show you how we're detailing the foundation as we do that. See, it's got like all the houses on the street, it's got a little front yard, which just currently has a picket fence. The other properties have a masonry wall enclosing a little raised garden. And the main box of the house is in relatively intact condition. The porch, nothing is original of that porch. You can see that the porch at some point was replaced with a concrete porch, which is completely failing, iron columns and so forth. So this proposal involves an entirely new porch, you know, mimicking the form of this porch, but built in a more period style. And then this line here indicates where it goes from like original house to this, you know, funny little loom that was added on with rather amateur construction. That's the piece we want to take off. As well as this little back porch. Basically everything from the back of the original roof line we want to take off. It's all just kind of scabbed together out of mismatched material. It's not really serious construction. So you can see here, existing and proposed, that's what would come off right there, bringing the house back to more like its original footprint. And then adding on a staircase here that comes down sideways, because this house is a little too close to the sidewalk to be able to come down forwards with the stair once it's raised up. Existing and proposed compared to the houses on either side. So in terms of having really beautiful detailing down at the sidewalk level, I'm proposing to have a couple of arches in the foundation. This one would be infilled with open brick lattice, and then the staircase one would be brick lattice that's backed up with a solid wall behind it. This is also open brick lattice here. And then the porch itself, I've got on piers with wood louvers in between, and that's largely because of the tree. The tree is right in the middle here, so I'm omitting one pier, and that would be a clear spanning porch beam, so that we don't have to put a foundation pier where the tree is. And likewise, the back would have louvers, the side would have one more arch. Of course, it's always difficult with the proportional balance of these houses when you raise them up on a tall foundation. I found with some experimentation that proportionately it worked best if I dropped to the piazza wall one step from the main porch level. So there's one internal step, the piazza wall drops down a step. And then I've put a little bit of a tall bell curve roof on top of the piazza door to kind of bring that back up to the cornice line, and that gave the most convincing impression of this being a sort of deliberate design of the house, as opposed to just looking like a short house that was put on a tall foundation. And again, I've got some real nice detailing here where the staircase is all capped in antique brick along with a brick planter wall with rounded corners, the brick lattice, and then ironwork that would have some nice cast iron balusters. Some decorative brackets on the piazza wall. Yeah, so ideally all of this would, you know, look like beautiful early 20th century period construction. And then one other small change, the porch is very narrow, too narrow to be functional for any furniture or anything. I can't really widen the long stretch of the porch because of the tree and because it would change what the front of the building looks like. But what we do want to do is rebuild corner part of the porch deeper this way so that there's room to dine outdoors there. And that looks pretty natural on the side facade here to have that extra depth there. And it really makes no particular change to the appearance of the front of the house. Yeah, there you can see a cross section, the old porch, concrete and iron, the new porch with the piers and the louvers, a wooden porch deck, probably detailed columns. All right, any questions?
I have one. You didn't include base flood and DFE. How, or am I missing it? I'm probably just missing it, right?
Well, on this section, you see here, I've got the finished floor elevation at 13 above mean sea level.
Okay.
So that's got the 2-foot freeboard. The base flood elevation is 11 feet.
Okay. And the reason on the west elevation, I guess you don't have a pier is because of the tree underneath the column, that porch column. That's in the
This
center.
one right here, yeah, the big tree is right there.
I don't have any other questions.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Flannery National Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is excited to see plans for the rehabilitation of Miss Braithman's cottage that is an integral part of this small-scale historic streetscape. This application is starting in a great place, and we are pleased to offer our support. As the proposal moves forward, we encourage the applicant to consider simplifying the profile of the proposed front stair rail to better relate to the vernacular character of this property and its neighbors.
This piece of property I know well. I had nightmare over this piece of property. And working with developer Jeff Roberts, with the development on Spring Street and Ashton Street. And this cottage has been a nightmare. And I'm glad to see someone trying to develop that particular area, and especially this cottage. And it would be great to elevate this cottage and keep some of the facade that's there now when they elevate it. But one thing, all those windows on the side yard, I don't know, it would be a drastic change between the rest of those cottages along that street on that particular side, and the mass of this building. So we have to be very careful of what we do to this particular cottage. And we would like to see, keep the same facade and the same look, and make sure that it fits into this community that was already been developed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had some observations. We wanted to know if there was evidence of shutters in the historic house. Also, BD was concerned about the arches, because the language of arches does not exist in the structure. And the baluster on the stair is overly ornate for such a simple structure. Staff condition for approval is retaining the existing fenestration pattern, restudying base to remove arches, simplify balusters on stair, and simplify piazza screen. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff comments and a preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Andrew, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Yeah. Well, let me say a little bit about the owner of this house. The owner is Miss Judith Idu. And her grandmother bought this house in 1935. And Judith's cousin lived in this house for most of the 20th century. It's been unoccupied for decades now. And Judith and her mother did a lot of work to buy out all of the other family members. It had become heirs property, you know, with extensive inheritors. And they recently did a lot of legal work to buy out the other heirs, including her cousin, whose family had most recently lived in it, so that they're now actually in a position to be able to restore the house. Judith is very intent that this needs to come out beautiful. It's going to cost the family considerable resources to restore this house. It's a big project for them. They really want it to come out well as a family heritage property. And they remember that nobody wanted to live in this house for the past 30 years, in large part because it's dark. This house has tiny windows. It's got dark little rooms. You know, the other houses on the street, you know, are bigger, brighter rooms, bigger windows, and kind of opening up some glass doors alongside the kitchen and alongside that widened portion of the porch, so that you actually have a feel of like a kitchen with some connectivity to the porch, and you can dine outside and you can see back and forth. That's pretty important for them to feel like it's actually worthwhile salvaging this cottage. And I agree with them. You know, these little early 20th century cottages are they're a challenge to put hundreds of thousands of dollars of work into and then have them feel like they're up to the quality to make that worthwhile. So I've worked really hard with Judith to try to put the kind of details onto the house that she's used to seeing in other properties nearby that have been nicely renovated. I would disagree that some of these features are too high style for these little cottages. A lot of these little turn of the century freedmen's cottages have some remarkably high style features. The ones that have intact piazza screens invariably have beautiful scrolled piazza canopy brackets. They often have bell curved roofs over the canopy doors. If they have an iron frontage wall, it's often ornate wrought iron. You know, there was a considerable passion for ornate ironwork in early 20th century Charleston, even up in that neighborhood. The house definitdefinitely had shutters. You can still see the old shutter pintles on the original trim.
Andrew, you got about a minute left.
Okay. And yeah, the arch is a little bit of an unusual feature, but of course, none of these buildings were on a 3.5 foot tall foundation. But if you look further down on the peninsula where those grander houses that are raised up on a high foundation, they very often have arches in the foundation. And that's what makes these, you know, downtown houses appealing as an experience on the sidewalk, is that they have interesting detailing on the staircases on the foundation. So I think it's really important that if you're going to allow people to raise these houses up on a new concrete foundation, they've got to be able to put some detailing on that foundation that keeps the house charming and attractive as a sidewalk experience. You can see just looking at the other houses on the street how depressing they look if you don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I'm really happy that this little house is being restored.
And the attention to detail is commendable. Actually, it's funny you asked about the flood level, because the floodplain manager was hopeful that we would approve the 2 feet lift. I don't know if that was even in question, but I think I'm actually in agreement with a lot of staff comments in terms of retaining the existing fenestration. I think that there could be arches, and I believe typically what's done is something a little bit smaller, like an arch under each window, is part of the city's resiliency sort of approach. The balusters on the front, I think I think could be restudied, same with staff. I don't know, I'm probably okay with the piazza screen and the more decorative. Maybe you can provide staff more detail or precedent on the brackets. And then I did have a question actually on the louvers on the side. I thought we were not, the horizontal louvers was not
Yeah.
an accepted, that those needed to be
Inchi.
more in character.
Yeah.
Vertical with those, that's what we're typically.
Yeah, that was one of my notes
That was
was
one of
that,
yours.
was that, the horizontal underpinning is kind of, it's very modern. A little beachy, it's not traditional.
You are correct.
So, and
I
I'm-
didn't note it, I didn't get it included in comments. I apologize.
Did anyone have a question for Andrew?
I think you misunderstand the louvers. I'm not proposing just a flat board with a gap in between. These are actual louvers where they're at 45 degrees, which is usually the historic detail you see on these foundations in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
And we have made that distinction in the past, if it's the actual
True.
louvers as opposed to like horizontal slats.
Okay.
I tend to agree with steps. Well, this is it's a really nice design. And it's very, very pleasing. And I certainly I'm happy to see this building get some attention. I do think it goes a little bit too far in turning what is a very simple house into something else, which is a lot less simple. And I just think it's in the detailing. I struggle a little bit with the Pierce brick fill and the arches and the arches in general, but I think there's a way to make that foundation, your suggestion probably is fine, to make that foundation not a boring slab, but not read as if it were a south abroad large edifice. And the only other thing was the railing in the drawings looks pretty ornate for a cottage like this, but I mean, that's all. The hood, I don't know, originally, that entrance was, clearly simplified. If you look, the way it exists right now is clearly much more simple, but I don't have a lot of, I think having a little hood over it probably is appropriate. So
How about the porch expansion?
the
Porch expansion to the rear of the porch?
I don't,
I don't have a
that
problem with it,
doesn't,
but just
that doesn't
asking.
really remind me. That bank of fenestration, I think, needs to be restudied. And I understand, the single window on that west elevation and that probably doesn't get much light in that room. I can understand why they would like to have a little more light. I think that's a bedroom.
Mhm.
And I have a little less concern about maybe putting two windows there. They look like they belong, than I do about that. I think that bank windows along the porch needs to be restudied. I don't know that I would say you got to keep all the fenestration, all the openings exactly where they were, but because it's a pretty major undertaking. And but I do think that needs to be restudied. That seems out of place in the rhythm of that little house.
Like we would see that on the back, where it
Yeah,
would open
right.
the garden.
I think you were on the back.
typically allow that.
And
We have some consensus on a motion, and it may be just staff comments and board discussion.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
easy.
Make a motion to approve it with
Conceptual
staff,
approval.
conceptual approval with staff conditions with preliminary and final by staff
And board comments.
and board comments. Yeah.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff and board comments. and preliminary and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fillmore. Motion to vote. Becky,
Any in favor?
Daryl,
Yeah, fair.
Fillmore.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Again, agenda item 7, 208 St. Philip Street. Frank, you can give us an introduction overview, please.
208 St. Philip Street is in Kennever, Elliott Borough, Council District 4. It is a category 4, circa 1865 in the Old City District. Requesting a conceptual approval of renovation of 2-story residence, including removal of porch enclosure and masonry rear addition with associated landscape. This is the property's location on St. Philip Street. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. So this house is rather isolated. It's got empty land owned by Collier Square all around it. And it has, all of that land around it has been approved for Collier Square Phase 2 construction. So this little house is going to have 4 to 8 story buildings right up against all 3 sides of the lot. And that because it has a big effect on how I designed the addition and the backyard. So here it is. The main problems with the house, you might say right now, it's basically missing whatever piazza door it ever had, that one that's on there now. Nothing is original of that piazza screen. And then it's got a porch enclosure back here that we're going to remove. It's really much on the ground, unfortunately, but we're not gonna change that for the most part. I do want to remove this. As you can see, that's a plywood box and it's causing roof leaks. There's nothing left of a fireplace or a chimney in the house. Guess we could reconstruct that in some other way if you really want, but I kind of figure that if it's just a fake box and there's nothing left, we might as well just remove it when we do the roof. Yeah, here you can see the piazza door is in need of a proper canopy and brackets and so forth. So here we are in the front porch looking towards the back. There's this very narrow view. The porch is surprisingly narrow on this house. And looking back forwards towards the street. As you can see, for the most part, these are not original trim and openings on here. And the back of the house, you know, where the addition will contact, nothing original to speak of. There's not really any architectural details on the back of the house, just a couple of mismatched windows. And again, you can see it's pretty much right on the ground, and most alarmingly of all, the porch deck, which is wood framed, is literally coplanar with the earth. That's obviously an untenable detail and totally failing. So in my plans, I'm proposing to remove all of that wood decking and redo the ground deck of the porch in masonry. And there's the backyard. Because this sort of view corridor down the porch is so narrow, I really don't want to just have a rectangular addition that extends the plane of the house back, because then it would just be that much more of a long tunnel effect, you know, which will be, you know, with 50-foot buildings on either side. So I really want to angle that addition so that when you get to the back of the porch, you have a sense of the backyard opening up. Here you can see the house right there. And these are 3-story buildings that the BAR has already approved for building right on either side of it, and an 8-story building that'll go right up to the back of it. So existing and proposed site plan, I've put in the footprints of these Collier Square Phase 2 buildings. This is the Liberty project in the back. And then you can see the shape of the addition here, that I'm basically I'm doing it out of masonry, so I can do a curved wall, an angled wall, and the fenestration on the angled wall kind of addresses a seating area in the backyard, a pool that follows that angle. So you have this really interesting sense as you walk in the piazza door and down this narrow porch that curved wall is kind of sweeping and opening your view up into the back here. And hopefully that will somewhat mitigate the cavernous quality of all these tall buildings enclosing it in. So I'm proposing a period appropriate piazza door, a little transom, a pair of brackets, and a typical hood style on there. It's actually such a narrow porch, there's not even room for pilasters under those brackets. So this is a detail I've seen on some very narrow porches where there's basically just brackets flanking the narrow door trim and a very small canopy roof. Again, removing the porch enclosure. And yeah, there's the addition. It's a simple masonry addition, concrete block and stucco construction. It'll have a nice three-stepped cornice with a sawtooth detail on the middle step. And a semicircular iron canopy over the door. So it's a little bit of sort of mid-century modern styling on that. And here's the floor plan. This house has a really interesting original staircase. It's a very steep staircase that's got built-in winders and integral newels and everything that is probably original 19th century construction. It's one of the more quirky, tight little staircases I've ever seen in a Charleston house. And I really want to retain that. The position of the staircase is such that it's in the middle of the house, such that it can really only access 2 bedrooms. So I'm proposing a somewhat unusual plan where the rear addition almost feels like an independent building inside, where it's got its own spiral stair that comes up to the new bedroom in the back. And so it retains the existing bedroom at the front, gives a living space, and then a kitchen space with a little built-in dining room and bench. Again, it's perhaps not the most efficient use of space, but it's the floor plan that allows us to retain that interesting historic stair in the middle. Yeah, and the roof plan. It's basically a flat roofed addition with a masonry parapet. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
How you gonna get that bed in there? Not your problem.
Yeah, not my problem.
Any other questions?
I'm not sure which side it is. On the top is the masonry wall looks like it's flush with the existing, is that correct?
Yes, on the north side of the house, it's flush.
Anything else? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
You can purge my.
Conservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is excited to see this house receive some much needed attention, and we are encouraged by the proposal to reopen a previously enclosed section of the piazza. While we feel this application is starting in a good place, we encourage limiting changes to historic openings on the south elevation to the greatest extent possible. We would also like to see the proposed height and definitely on both sides to preserve the historic footprint. Thank you.
No one else? Frankie?
Was another one BD felt was adding architectural language that does not exist in the current structure. I've got the statement from the BDR policy statement, which is the Charleston standards regarding additional and exterior alterations should be sympathetic to historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. Staff also truly appreciate the restoration of the piazza and the subordination of the addition. We also think that if a curve is to be pursued, a 3D rendering would be necessary to help understand the form of that curve. But because that curve was not, because the curve language is not in the existing structure, staff is recommending a deferral for restudy.
Thank you, Frankie. Andrew, did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the public
Yes.
comment or the staff comments?
Yes, let's see. Well, as for stepping in the hyphen, the lot is very narrow, the addition is incredibly tight to make functional. I really hate to lose any space in that addition or lose any space in the yard for a step in that you really won't be able to see. I mean, as you can see that alley, you know, that's going to be landscaped as a service alley. I don't know to what extent you'll really be able to see in there. And plus the change of material from wood to masonry, I think makes it abundantly clear that where you change from house to addition, I think that the change in material ought to be as good as a step in terms of that kind of clarity. And then, yeah, the question of sympathetic style kind of surprises me because I can't tell you how many times I've come to this board with an addition that I've designed in classical style that looks exactly like the house it's attached to and been told that's explicitly forbidden by the Secretary of the Interior, that the addition has to be clearly differentiated and look of its time. I've had that argument numerous times. It's usually my habit to make the addition match the house, but in this case, I chose not to because of the weird spatial circumstance of the lot. I think I've explained why it's desirable for that backyard to be usable and attractive, to have the curve and the angle. That would be pretty hard to do in wood. You know, wood construction does not lend itself to curves and angles as well as masonry construction. I think it would look kind of fussy and complicated to do it in wood. Secondly, there's the problem that the house is right on the ground. You know, that's not a condition I would want to replicate with new construction, to have like, you know, wood siding come down within 2 inches of the earth. So all of these factors, I think indicate that doing this addition out of masonry is the best way to do it. Other than that, it has very simple vernacular detailing. I mean, it's just got windows with frills. It's got a 3-step cornice at the top. That's all the kind of detailing that you would see on a masonry and stucco old Charleston backyard building. There's nothing, you know, there's nothing screamingly modern or avant-garde about that besides the actual footprint of the building. You know, it's a fun footprint. It's you know, it's gonna be attractive for the lot. It'll make a neat backyard. It'll be an interesting little surprise when you get back there. And it'll be almost completely invisible from the street with these big new buildings hemmed in on either side. I mean, I'm not even sure I could present a 3D rendering from the right of way where you'd even see this addition. I mean, maybe a tiny little bit between the porch columns, but the visibility is almost nil after those other buildings are built. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I mean, I think there are 2 parts of it. I mean, I think it's, I think we're always happy to see the existing buildings be given some, you know, much needed attention, the removal of the porch enclosure. I think I'm in agreement with staff that sort of wholesale redoing the fenestration along that south side is, I'm not in favor of that. I actually don't have a lot of trouble with the addition. I mean, I think it's subordinate, it's distinct from the original. I think if there was, there could potentially, if we felt like there needed to be some distinction on the north elevation, it could probably be a reveal of some sort, just to give a little credence to the historic. But I think it's so obvious that it's new, that it's a different preservation philosophy, where it's in contrast to the existing house, but it's following a lot of the precedents of being subordinate and things like that.
I agree. I was interested to see what you all thought about it. I think it's interesting. It is a tight space. If it were rectangular and tried to maintain sort of the same line, it would almost run into the pool. And so I understand that there's more than a single thing pushing an odd shape back there. If we're looking at standards, of course, it is differentiated, but I think it is compatible with the existing house. It certainly meets height, scale, and mass. And I think it's an interesting way to oftentimes it doesn't read as an attempt to stick a modern addition on an old house. I mean, a modernist addition on an old house. It reads as something other than that, and I think probably more thoughtful. And so I do not have a problem with the sexual direction of the addition. I do think that the fenestration on the south side needs more consideration, whether that's a better look at how it's been changed in the past, or if that form is actually the original fenestration. I think it needs restudy.
Do you think you could work with staff on that?
Yeah.
I think I can work with staff on that.
So do we have some consensus on a motion? It would-
Actually, what's that?
Conceptual approval.
Conceptual approval, with final, preliminary and final review by staff.
And
And
A board condition to restudy the fenestration.
on the
yes,
south
on the
elevation.
south elevation. And to, consider a transition detail on the north elevation between the existing and proposed.
Can you say that second one again?
Right.
No, I had a suggestion for that. Go ahead.
What was your second
Did you have
condition?
Did you have another
You, s-
comment? or-
Well, when you talked about you were just talking about the connection. That you
Yeah,
wanted
right
to see
here.
a height. I was wondering if you could do like
No, actually just a reveal.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, just something, it could just be a copper channel.
Yeah, if I just like bring it down from 8-inch block to 4-inch.
That's what I was gonna
you know,
suggest.
Just have a little
Yes.
inset right
You could
there.
either have an inset or you could
Yeah.
actually just do a copper reveal or something. Got that, look, and I think you could work with staff
Okay.
on
Yeah.
how that
So-
detail.
consider
Just to get-
incorporating a reveal,
Yeah.
at,
On the north side between the existing and the proposed.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
okay, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff with 2 board conditions. To restudy the fenestration of the south elevation, and 2, to consider incorporating a reveal on the north side between the existing and proposed.
That's to restudy the fenestration on the original house, not the. I should
Oh, yeah.
make sure that wasn't.
The
confused.
south elevation
It-
on
Not the addition.
original. Okay, do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
Fillmore, put the motion to a vote. Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
In favor.
chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
Agenda item 8, 30 Montague Street. Yes, we will. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Sorry.
For 5.
Thank you. I need 10. No, I agree.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I just need
we will reconvene at 7:14.
Actually, that the Department of Interior papers have the statement of its time. They do say differentiated from and compatible with the of its time statement. 1960 Denison chart. I disagree with almost all of it.
That's funny. And Chris Bonner's was tough. Chris Bonner's was tough. That little building, but then, but then you find yourself trying to be consistent. Then when Andrew comes and is asking for that big bank of windows, and we were just talking about consistency and fenestration.
And that's why we got that. Oh, yeah, I mean, I had a note here about the,
Yeah.
that the fenestration,
So
the fenestration
Yeah.
pattern on the south
Yeah.
elevation.
Yeah.
It appears that
I
most of this
think-
fenestration is being changed, are my notes.
I think if Chris had shown a really modest, like petite pair of French doors, that we probably would have passed it.
I do
Like just
too.
a
It was,
petite, like, they could have been the small ones that are elegant, like at that, where
what if they can't take the porch off? What do they need?
they could add on right there. They could do a bump out. They
Yeah,
could do
no,
whatever
what I
they
mean,
wanted to do.
they don't need, 8 foot wide pairs of French
Yeah.
doors if they're not gonna take the porch off. I mean,
I know.
what they end up with is an 8 foot slider.
Yeah,
That'd
yeah.
be
It made me
terrible.
wonder if they were extending the room or, I don't know. I just don't
And
know.
from the very first time we looked at that.
Yeah.
Which is the very first time we looked at that,
Yeah.
my instinct was that they were gonna take that porch off and then they were just gonna bump something out.
Yeah.
I don't think they would bump it out very far, because I don't think they've got much room, but
It's
still,
maybe a mudroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel better sitting or if it's nice to get up and move around a little. Get the blood flowing in a different direction.
still so bad, I can't really walk without a brace on it.
Huh?
My left hand is,
I'm
it's
still-
interesting.
Still really
It's,
sore.
well, no, but I had surgery on this wrist, major surgery on this wrist. About, I don't know, 8 months ago,
Oh.
and it was really working well.
Oh,
And I think that the blow really screwed up.
really messed
And
it
it messed it up, and
Yeah.
now when I put weight on it's not it's not where my hand was broken that hurts, it's my
It's actually
wrist.
the wrist, yeah. That old injury coming back.
He took, there are 8 bones in your wrist. Four.
Thank you, go to the bathroom.
Yes.
That's getting. To come back. To the board, that's my birthday. That's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Just remembered that.
You're having a long meeting is also your birthday present. All right. 66 degrees.
Everybody understands this.
You guys ready? Agenda item 8, 30 Montague Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 30 Montague Street is in Charleston Village Council District 8. It is a category 3 circa 1850 and old district. They are requesting conceptual approval for redesign of the front entry stair. This is the property's location on Montague Street. And I'm turning it over to the applicant. We've gotten away from doing the context stuff since you guys provided.
Yeah. Brian Crouch, I'm the applicant. 30 Montague, it's a beautiful Italianate style house built by, or designed by Edward Jones and built in the 1850s. The scope of our project is fairly limited. You can see this non-historic stair here. And we would like to replace it with a masonry stair in the same footprint that it exists. And then with an iron railing. This is an old picture showing a metal stair there, so the wooden stair is not original sandboard mount. So the footprint of the stair will stay the same. It will be a masonry floating stair. Let me just go to the elevations. With a decorative railing here. I think having some ornate detail in the spindles would be appropriate for the style of the house. There is a portion of this rear stair that you will be able to see from the street. This is front, proposed rear. So from the front, you would actually be able to see the stair or that landing right here. Just a sliver of it. Here you can see this landing. We did receive BZA approval for a side setback variance for that and stair. Go back to the images.
Any questions?
Except for, is the little shed, for lack of a little appendage, for lack of a better term, that exists where the back stair is going, is that visible?
It is. It's hard to see in this image, but you can see, maybe if I show the site plan, sorry.
I wasn't sure whether it was actually visible or not.
It is visible and generally in the same location as the rear stair
Where the
as
stairs.
proposed.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Nothing beyond that on the back is visible, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Do we have anyone speaking? Conservation groups left, so I think public comment is over. Frankie?
Staff had an observation that we have no objection to the masonry stair and we appreciate the design of the arch under the proposed stair. And our only condition for approval is to look at the pier infill beneath the porch. Pier infill should be recessed use louvers or custom lattice and shouldn't be your horizontal flats. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and the preliminary final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Kraus, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comment?
The louvers are, or will be, or the foundation screening is, there's.
The louvers, not slabs. Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure.
I would like to do like a rounded edge on them as well, but they'll be 1x4 louvers.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. Move into board discussion and vote.
I have no problems with any of it.
Do we have consensus on a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Let's make sure I get it right. For conceptual approval. Any staff conditions? None.
It's the louver thing,
And
he's
he
already
addressed
addressing that.
So conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff, Daryl.
Yeah.
Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
A second.
Thank you, Becky. I put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky.
Game, favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 9, 440 Sumter Street, it's been deferred by staff. Agenda item 10, 97 Gordon Street, has been withdrawn by the applicant. We are on agenda item 11, 645 East Bay Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Okay, 655 East Bay Street is in East Side Council District 4. It is new construction in Old City District, requesting preliminary approval of a new 4-story mixed-use structure with business use on ground floor and condo units above and a carriage house in the rear. This is the property's location on East Bay Street. And I think we're turning up to the applicants.
Hello, Sean Carlin with Carlin Architecture Studio. So I don't think I have to go through all of the context again. We've gone through that a few times now. Site plan is the same. We have the 2 parking spots. All that has gone through TRC, which has moved to paperwork overall on the project. So the biggest things that have been restudied, the upper cornice, a second layer of soldier course was added in order to make that more substantial and in line with the intermediate cornice layer in scale. And that was one of the main comments. The last time from conceptual, as well as the post at the corner entry into the building, that was made larger to a 12-inch diameter column in this iteration. And the building signage and typology was added to the front of the building in that little recess above the entry and front window. Same comments there. On this one, it shows the restudy of the scale of the brick sawtooth panels. They were broken up to be more sensitive to the floors and also narrowed to be better in scale. This elevation helps with the windows that are on the light well. They all have similar scale in terms of the width. And then you get that double soldier course break to show the sensitivity and express the floor levels of the building. This one also shows the adjustment to the elevator tower. The upper cornice line was brought completely around the entire building. So now instead of looking like a tower element, it looks more like an elevator penthouse. That also has a recessed brick panel with a decorative inlay. And the elevator, that is as short as it can be with the spec elevators, overrun and minimum clearances for hoist beam, which was 12'7". And I have a section further in that can attest to that. And I think, again, bringing that rear cornice line across the back helped to organize the rear elevation a little bit more as well, especially that 3rd floor. Carriage house remained pretty much the same. Material wise, the color palettes, Savannah gray brick, Charleston green on doors and shutters, the either dark gray or black metal steel for the railing and channel channel expression on the balconies, bronze clad windows, and then there's copper lanterns kind of on the upper residential doors, and then that one large black metal sconce over the driveway to the rear of the building right on the front there, that front elevation. So the top left. Yeah, this is the section 5 on A29 that shows the hoist beam within that elevator shaft to show that it is minimized as much as could be done. And then one other detail to point out is the top left 7. So in order to help kind of with the height a little bit as much as possible, the parapets are able to be stepped down 8 inches from guard height using that kind of rail detail to step it back. It wouldn't be visible from the pedestrian right of way, but it allows us to at least pull 8 inches down, but still meet any guard protection, fall protection required. And I think that should cover kind of everything that we felt was needed to be addressed.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Thank you. Any public comment? None. Frankie?
Staff just had observation that previous board conditions have been addressed, and we are recommending a preliminary approval with final review by staff.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything in the staff comments? All right, public comments and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I haven't been here for the first iterations of this, so.
I was here with the second iteration and I think this is great improvement.
I've been here for all of them. I think he's addressed, most of everything we asked for. I've had 2 comments, but other than that, I didn't have very much. If you look at, say, sheet A25, 25, on the north elevation, I would still suggest, well, that at the first floor, that there's just some kind of relief on the, I guess, north and south elevation, and kind of, it doesn't have to be a lot, but if you were to look at sheet A22 with the adjacent building, I think they have some kind of insets or something.
Those elevations don't necessarily give the perfect perspective. I mean, I guess you do still see a lot of brick, but there is, the fence element, the brick wall element on the adjacent property on the one side, and the other side, you're gonna have a hard time seeing that first floor because of the fencing that they have both along East Bay and then all the way down that shared property line as well.
Yeah, my thoughts are when you pass the building on the right side, I don't think you would see as much, but as approaching the building, say coming off the bridge.
Yeah, no,
I would just encourage some relief in the bottom of that area. And can you go to sheet A25? Is that, somebody put it there? My suggestion would be north elevation, previous. Yeah. I was gonna say something about that, but that looks fine. Something just to break up the math, something, just some articulation in there. If I did it to one side, I'd do it to the other. I don't know that you need an elaborate detail like the one you proposed for above with the sawtooth brick, but just something, if you're offsetting it an inch incrementally.
For a little relief panel or something.
That's the only thing I have. I think it's a beautiful building. It's come a long way. In the early days, there was just so much mass on the back, and that's been addressed.
And you said you had 2 comments or just the one?
I think now just the one. Oh, because I was reading it wrong. I was gonna ask him to break this up, but that's actually it. So he's already done it.
Yeah.
Did you want to make a motion,
I'll make a motion to approve conceptual design
preliminary
or
approval?
preliminary design with final at staff level and
Did you want your comment to reconsider? Or consider some relief at the first floor north and south elevation?
yes.
So we got a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with final review by staff with a board condition to consider some relief at the first floor north and south elevations. Do I have a second to Daryl's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Becky. I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
In favor.
Daryl,
You in favor?
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 12, 5.5 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
5.5 Rutledge is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is unrated circuit 18 in the Old and Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for additional height above 24 feet for a two-story accessory building per section 54-306A3 for new garden house structure in Iflit. And this is the property's location on Rutledge. And I will turn it over to you.
Great. I'm Kate Campbell here with Bow County Architects. My client, Mr. Shealy, is in the audience as well. I did want to clarify the image overview that was online didn't have the contextual photograph or contextual drawings in the package, but I did bring copies if that's not on your screen. I'm happy to hand them. It's 2.5, 2.3, 2.5, 2.7, and 2.8.
We are missing 2.3, 2.5.
Yeah.
2.7,
It's in the portal, but it
Yeah,
wasn't on the
that-
image.
if you can just,
I thought we got that fixed.
Yeah, but I brought copies.
Thank you.
It's just showing the context. Yes.
Myself.
thank you.
Exactly. I see.
No.
What was your comment?
Good, I'm glad I heard it. So as Frankie mentioned, this application is for a detached new accessory structure at the rear western side of 5.5 Rutledge Avenue. This is a site survey of the property. Rutledge is on the bottom, and the location we're adding this structure is in the top right. Just for clarity, we are having staff approval for a port position to the house that's not visible. That's not part of the application, but I did include the context, but it is a staff approval that was done for that. The main reason we're here before you tonight is for the height limitation for accessory structures. Otherwise, this building is not visible from the right of way and would have been staff review. So that's the only reason we're here this evening. Here's an aerial photograph of the property. Sanborn maps of the area. As I know y'all probably know, this is one of the lowest points in the city. The elevations at the street is 3.3 and at the rear is 3.7. So on a sunny or tidal storm, they definitely have some water, standing water in the backyard. The existing house is elevated, but not to current flood requirements. And they do have water in the basement or in the crawl space quite often when there isn't that. Some contextual pictures from the front. The upper left is from Rutledge. The right below that is the view of the backyard from the southwestern corner. And then right below that is looking back from the existing deck to the properties on Colonial Avenue. The top right is the view of the driveway. This building will not be visible from the street. This is the existing site plan. And then this is the proposed footprint. We're under our lot coverage by about 4%, with the addition of the accessory structure. The porch that we're adding is in the same exact footprint as the exact that's currently there. There's also a lattice screen wall that is along the north side, that is currently there and also blocks a lot of the wall. So that will become a porch wall with the new porch addition. These are just conventional, ground floor. The required elevation is 11. Because we are a new construction and not qualified for the 50% rule, we have to build to new construction design flood, which is 2 feet of freeboard. So from the existing 3-ish elevation, we have to come up 10 feet to the bottom of the structure. And we've set the structure right at that DFE. Just a couple of zoning regulations. The properties in the STR zoning districts that are within a flood insurance rate map special flood hazard area, where the elevation of the crawl space is not more than 1.5 feet above the base flood elevation, the ground floor does not count as a story. And so this is technically a 1-story elevated building by definition. The function of this building is the owners have 2 teenage boys, and they want to retain as much yard as possible. Mrs. Shealy was born and raised in this neighborhood, and they're keeping their family here and just need a little bit extra space for the teenagers to hang out in. And then for Mr. Shealy to have a little office loft that's up in the attic space. The knee wall area of that space is less than 2 feet. So it does not count as a half story. Half story is 2 feet or greater. So again, if we could build this building further down towards the ground, we'd love to. But we're tied with the base flood and design flood requirements of the building code. We are bringing about 1 foot of terrace underneath, just a step up again, because it floods on a rainy day. And so that it also helps mitigate that ceiling height down there. So it's only 9 feet. And the existing house is also non-conforming with regard to the overall height. It's 40.5 feet and the allowed height is 35 feet. So the existing house is non-conforming by 5.5 feet. We're asking for the triangle of the gable peak above 4'10" above the 24-foot height restriction in that area. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, Mr. and Mrs. Shealy have spoken to all the adjacent neighbors, and I believe they wrote letters of support on the portal. But they are all in full support of the application, particularly the ones on the north side that are the most affected, are fully in favor of the application.
I think it was on all sides.
It was on all sides, yeah, but that would be the most affected on that north side. And did you want to say anything? So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Just a couple of questions on the section. So, so technically the first floor could be at the DFE. Did you guys just want the ground floor to be a little bit higher?
We could lower it to the finished floor, but then all the members would have to be treated. And we do have plumbing in that zone that's coming down from the bathroom that's there. So I don't know if that would be allowed to run laterally in that DFE or would just have to drop down. So we just kept everything kind of at that DFE.
And then
And we'd still have to ask for height restriction.
And then the roof is steeper so that you can get the loft under there.
Anything else? Thank you. Thank you. Do you have anyone speaking at this point in the night?
I also, we did have conversations with Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation, and they were all in favor as well.
I figured because they left.
Yeah.
Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Due to the location, the structure would be only minimally, if at all, visible from public right of way. And I did have the section from the ordinance, that grants you the ability to approve the additional height. The staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comment? All right, public comment to the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
I had no problems with it. They wouldn't have made it so high if the ground was so low. So neighbors are in support, historical societies in support. Preservation societies in support.
Sounds like Daryl's ready to make a motion unless you guys have comments.
No, not really.
Were you concerned about that?
No, I mean, in relation to the main house, it's still subordinate. I mean, it would be nice if it were a little lower, but it's not. I mean, it reads as subordinate. And my concern was that these spellings weren't in.
Right, that's what I was trying to.
We're not in the.
Yeah.
In the image overview. And so
Oh, yeah.
I was looking for the comparative
Relationship.
elevations and they weren't there. And so that's-
They were.
That was my concern. And you
Right.
answered the question.
I thought we had gotten everything fixed.
No, I don't think I have any issue with it.
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval and preliminary and final by staff.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval, preliminary and final review by staff. To have a second to Daryl's motion.
Second.
Becky, I'll put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes for majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 1366 Glenwood Boulevard. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Big Cornwood, it's in Charleston, Council District 8. It is unrated circa 1960 in the Old Historic District, and conceptual approval of a second-story addition over existing one-story at rear of house. This is the property's location on Linwood. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. Will McKeechee with Sebastian von Marshall Architect. So we are requesting conceptual approval for as Frankie said, a second story addition over an already existing one-story portion of the house at the rear of the house. The existing house is a late 1960s colonial revival. Let's see.
Good point, Travis.
Oh, the clicker you would. point to.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't very clear.
So here are some Sanborn maps. The first one on the left is 1888, and then on the right, 1951, with a blow up of the area. In 1888, we don't even see Lenwood Street, and we see the Ashley River there, actually a little bit down in the right corner. And then in 1951, we see that that has been filled in by that time, and Lenwood Street now exists. The house is still not there. But we see 84 Lenwood to the left and 64 Lenwood and 62 Lenwood to the right. Some aerial images, looking from the north, top left from the east, at the west facade of the house, and then looking from the south and looking from the west at the rear of the house. some context photos. You'll see 66 Linwood in the top center. And then 68 on the left, 64 on the right, and then on the bottom, the houses on the opposite side of Linwood. And then some photos of the house itself. Myself making a cameo appearance there in the top center. And then on the top right, you'll see our addition is going up above this one-story brick portion. You also see back here, this was originally a screened-in porch and was in the early to mid 2000s, I think around 2004, was turned into enclosed kind of sunroom / living room. So it's just to note that our addition is kind of going on an area of the house that's already been altered some. And then the bottom photo is just looking at kind of a close up of the area of where our addition's going, or the proposed addition. And then we have some precedent images. The most notable precedent is the top left, 80 South Battery, which is actually a previous project of ours. And it's a similar condition where we're proposing wood siding above a existing brick on the first story. And we reached out to the preservation groups and got one comment back from, I believe, Preservation Society of Charleston about subordinating in the addition in relation to the eaves. We're proposing doing what we did at 80 South Battery, which was actually, I think, kind of recommended and approved by this board. So what we're proposing is reducing the size or the depth of the soffit. Keeping it at the same height as the existing eave, but reducing, again, the depth of the soffit. I apologize, this isn't in the presentation, but I do have a close-up photo. If y'all are interested in seeing that of this precedent. A few. Thank you. I'm passing that. So you can see what was the existing on the left, and then the addition on the right. And then just some other precedent examples of second story additions over already existing or second story wood additions over already existing brick in the top right and the bottom right, and then another addition, a brick addition, the bottom left, all in the close vicinity of 66 Linwood. And this is our site plan. Just showing setbacks. We did speak with a BZA official and we met all setbacks and height requirements and lot coverage. The lot coverage doesn't change, so didn't need any BZA approvals there. Just the first story plan, nothing is changing on the first story, so just including that for reference. And so our second story. So in the existing condition, we have a study which we're proposing to turn into a bedroom and adding a dressing room and a bathroom. As it is right now, the study, you'll see the bathroom up above the study is actually kind of a Jack and Jill situation with a primary bedroom. So the owners would like to turn this into a real kind of bedroom suite, closing off the primary bathroom, adding the dressing room and the bathroom. We are proposing to remove an existing window on the second story, which we will fill in with a salvage brick from that same portion of the house. And then you'll also kind of notice here, you know, in order to subordinate it a little bit, the wood siding will step back from the corner, the existing corner of the brick house. The roof plan, again, you'll see in the bottom right, that kind of step back as a result of reducing the depth of the soffit. And we're just going with a hip roof, which is in keeping with the existing home. So it's currently an asphalt shingle roof. The owners would like to replace the asphalt shingle roof with a new asphalt shingle roof while they're doing this work as well. So we're requesting that. And then just the front elevation from Glenwood. This is the north elevation. You can see our addition there on the left side at the bottom. The rear elevation, you can see the addition on the bottom image at the top left. And then the south elevation. That is it. So we do have an owner, so I'm not sure. Is there anything?
No, I mean, the intention here is just to make use of the space above the laundry room where we're putting the addition, so we can basically go from a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath to a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath. That's really the only comment that I would have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
This photo is very helpful. Thank you for bringing it.
Okay, good.
Anything else? Once again, the preservation groups are not here, so there is no public comment. Frankie, do you have a city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Staff just had a couple observations that the proposed design is differentiated and subordinate to the existing structure. And yes, we do typically request that the roof of an addition be below the eave. Staff condition for approval, we were requesting that the shutters be eliminated from the addition to eliminate the half shutter condition. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and preliminary and final review by staff.
Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
No.
All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I agree with staff about just the removal of the shutters. I mean, I think it's a pretty minimal and addition, and it's distinguished. I don't have a problem with the E line because sometimes I think it's a little messier to try to come in lower. Like this is kind of a nice tidy way to do it, and I feel like anybody there's you'll know that the addition is new. So I don't think it's trying to be something that it's not. So I don't have much trouble with it.
I was only, we got a comment that the wood siding is pulled in from the corner, and my initial impression looking at the drawings was that it was absolutely in plane with the brick.
Yeah.
And I thought that might be able to call back, but no, if it's pulled in, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I think it's modest, very modest.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm in agreement with everything Becky said. You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Was this conceptual? I make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final review by staff.
So no staff conditions?
Oh, I haven't gotten there yet, sorry. Yes, with staff, staff conditions and, we any others. Just to confirm that the wood siding is stepped in from the brick. Do you have anything else? No. Okay.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval. Preliminary and final review by staff. With staff conditions and a board condition to confirm the wood siding is stepped in from the brick. Do I have a second to Becky's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Daryl. Put the motion to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
You in favor?
chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Agenda item 14, 137 Bain Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
137 Buffet, it's in Charleston Village, Council District 8, is unrated circa. We were discussing the date earlier, at least 1930 in the old historic district, requesting conceptual approval of a rear addition, screened-in porch with stair, in addition a side entry with stairs, privacy wall, fence, HVAC platform, and fireplace. This is the property's location on Buffet Street. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
So, good evening, I'm Spencer Huff, I'm the architect representing Cozy Development for Buffet Street. Thanks for your time. I'm here requesting approval for set of exterior improvements designed to enhance the resilience and historical compatibility of this residence. The proposed work, as we kind of already discussed, is a rear screened-in porch, some stairs, a side entry also at the rear half of the house, a privacy wall and fence, a raised HVAC platform, and a masonry fireplace placed at the rear, designed to in scale and material to match the historic character of the house. These elements are all located on the rear and side elevations with minimal to no visibility from the main street and have been detailed to match the house closely. We previously received BCA appeals approval for all necessary setbacks, and the designs comply with the city's zoning, flood, and preservation guidelines. And I can go through. So this is the existing site plan. There we go. The new site plan with the porch addition there at the rear. I believe you guys have seen all these before. Sanborn maps, and then, so the existing footprint of the house is just remaining the same. It's only going to be interior demolition and raising the house up above flood levels. And then the addition of the screened-in porch you can see on the bottom right of that floor plan right there. Here's some exterior elevation showing the porch and the context of the house. And then this is the side of the house that will have the staircase and entryway. Right view. And this is the garage, a current garage that's going to be turned into a bathroom, and this is where the porch will sit. And a few renderings to show what it would look like. Any questions?
More for staff, Frankie, we previously approved, I know we approved raising the house, and I know this came back a couple times for exterior changes, and I can't remember what those were. And I know we approved demo of that back shed, which is now gonna become a master bedroom, so it's not being demolished.
So there is a rear addition that is not being demolished. There is a garage. I think
That's
that is.
not being demolished anymore, right?
Uh,
Can you go back to that? Did I misunderstand?
Whatever's gonna be demolished has already been demolished.
Right.
Oh, wait, has that, go to the where you had a view of the garage? There.
Okay,
I thought
so
we approved demo of that garage. Is that garage already gone?
It's gone. or not.
I'm not sure, if it's currently demoed or not.
I don't think it's there. I
It
think
should be
only to
gone.
the end of,
I didn't go down the street
I
today.
think
when I went.
only here is still there.
right, and that was the rear addition that was approved to be elevated.
With the clear story windows, that's, if we go back to plans.
So you're gonna add, that's what, I guess what I'm getting to is what is different from what we approved?
The screened in porch.
And did we
stairs.
approve demo of the chimney?
The
not
chimney
piece
wall,
that-
I believe you did, that wall right
Yes,
there.
yes, you approved demo of the chimney, sorry.
Okay.
So we're gonna add, a fireplace on the porch, a masonry fireplace, with matching brick, instead of the stucco and steel cap chimney.
Okay. And I guess where I'm getting at too is I thought part of the approval, I know we're in questions right now, but I thought part of the approval we had gone through was like how the entire raised foundation would look. And like
We
louvered
did do
panels
some
and-
review over we did do some review over that.
So is that not in the purview? Because that's not, what I'm remembering is not what is in the renderings. So I guess I'm just wondering, are we undoing?
We
an
shouldn't be
Sorry,
undoing
guys.
anything that was previously approved. The only change should be this addition of a screened-in porch and then the fireplace and stairs. So nothing
only
else should be
looking at-
changing. Yeah, nothing else should be changing from your previous approval.
Only looking at the screened-in porch
Because
and
we
the
have
stairs
part of,
Side stairs.
and the side
and
stairs.
one of my observations is we already approved the elevation with all of the foundation work to match.
Okay.
what
So that's
you
not
approved.
what we're looking at today. So if we approve these, if there's an approval here tonight, we are not undoing anything. We are only tonight looking at the screened-in porch and the side stairs.
That was the request.
That's right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you. That was a lot of words. I'm sorry.
No,
It's the
it's
end of
been
the
a long,
meeting.
been a long way.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have anyone speaking? Frankie, who give us any staff comments and recommendations, please?
Okay, so like I said, I had the observation that we approved the elevation per the board approval in September. And we just had an observation that there's the solid wall at the porch where the fireplace is kind of creates an awkward condition, and we recommend restudying it. But our only condition is that any fencing or hardscape elements will require separate permitting.
And we're not looking at those today. Okay.
But we have had a couple of these come through that. Just because to get board approval, it still requires separate permit. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with any board and staff conditions and a preliminary and final review by staff.
Thank you. Mr. Huff, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comment?
No, I'll take it back and discuss it and,
Oh, we still have to make our decision.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
so then no.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Only the screened-in porch and the side stair.
And the chimney.
And the chimney.
We already approved, oh, wait.
The demolition of.
Oh, yeah, there's a
previous
new
chimney. There's a
I'm
new
sorry.
chimney being proposed.
The new fire.
Is the new chimney in the drawings?
Yeah, it's in the elevation.
Look at A5.
So let me just.
Well, that's an aerial
Start with the comment that this was very hard to review. like I had no idea what we were reviewing.
And you made me
And
feel
the
better.
existing and proposed is not, it's not set up the way the submittal is supposed to be set up. So my inclination is to defer it where it comes back, only showing us what we're looking at.
That's what normally we like to see existing proposed, and especially if there's something that's approved, if you can call out what is changing from what was already approved. But
I would agree. And on the elevations, your line weights are terrible. It's hard to delineate. You know, like your siding's the darkest line weights, which would normally not be that way. So when we're reviewing these and unfortunately for you, you're the last one. We're all wore out by the time we get to it. And then the drawings aren't very good. So it's just kind of hard.
Yeah, I agree. I struggled trying to figure out what was going on here. And I actually finally thought I had it sorted out, but
did I ruin it?
but no, you didn't know. So, I mean, but I just, I found the way this is presented and the way the drawings are lined out was very difficult to sort out what was happening.
So I make a motion for deferral.
Do we need to give some guidance? Is it just based on the drawings?
Well, also, now that I'm here understanding it a little better, I would say in respect to the screen porch, it looks like everything's just being framed with 4x4s and the overhang, I can't find it right now. The overhang doesn't look right. It looks like it's sketched on there. It's not drawn with real materials. So I would suggest, even though it's conceptual, we get a little better idea what he's trying to do.
Like come back maybe with a preliminary submittal and then we could send him.
But it doesn't even have to be preliminary, it'd be conceptual. The material, it needs to represent the materials that are going to be used to build. Does that make sense? Let me find the drawing.
Well, the roof looks like it's.
Yeah, that's it.
Which
Yeah, see
drawing?
how the roof,
Which one are you on?
look at sheet A8.
Okay.
And if you look at like the overhang, as I'm reading it right, it's like the soffit aligns with the column. Is that right? Which I don't think it would be built that way.
I think also the two gables coming together in the big valley is gonna be a pain.
And then, you know, the spacing of the columns are. Even though it's conceptual, it needs to be a little more refined.
Yeah. So it looks like the soffit is virtually in line with the
Correct.
corner column. It wouldn't actually be built that way. And so, and just as a comment that those two eaves coming together, there's going to be.
And then if you
in the drawing, it looks like that's going to be a tough situation. Yeah.
And then how about the side stair? Any commentary? Just giving him enough.
I don't know.
Yeah,
that
I think you said it pretty well.
I don't know that I have an issue with it. I don't have any comment on the side stairs. Well, I don't know. I mean,
Well, it looks like it doesn't have a stringer.
yeah,
And I'm
it
not
looks
sure.
like it's masonry, but then there's a band board at the top, so that doesn't make sense either, so. See what I'm,
So Daryl,
I'll make a motion to defer. And restudy the screen porch design and to provide better line weights. And organize the presentation to where we can compare the new versus the old together.
and meet some of the requirements. Yeah. You said line weights.
Yeah.
It's a new term for me. All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral to restudy the screen porch design and provide better line weights and to meet submittal requirements. Do I have a second to Gerald's motion?
Second.
The motion to vote, Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Daryl,
You in favor?
Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Huff.
Thank you so much.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Just before you adjourn, in addition to that, we did say, to address the architectural elements, right? I mean,
I think the submittal requirements, because don't,
Okay.
does it have in there that it needs, if this is changing, like,
he probably
It's
gets it.
supposed to be, yeah.
That's what-
It's on the same sheet.
yeah.
It's a settlement of protocol. It's pretty clear.
So, Daryl, you made a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
And
An hour
I
ago.
think I heard Phil
An hour
for a
ago.
second. All in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Oh. I do have a question, just to consider.